So nice. You're about to see it twice. This is the first game of tonight's doubleheader between the Metasnap Mavericks and the visiting Regina Red Sox. Yeah, that's right. If you weren't with us for tonight's pregame, we have a doubleheader live from Athletic Park here in Medicine, Alberta on a sunny day. The Red Sox were supposed to be here on a rainy day back on Tuesday, and of course that game wasn't able to be played. So we check in here now with two games. I'm just getting a message that the stream may not be working, so not sure if that's true or not, but we're going to continue rolling as if it is. And while we get ready for this game, we better tell you who's playing in it. Wayne, take us through the starting lineups for tonight.
Yes, for the visiting Regina Red Sox, Ian Montez is in center field, Zaid Brannigan at second base, Matthew Fox back at shortstop, Brady Bai as the DH, James Wright is at first base. Daniel Castellanos is the catcher. Riley Bender at third base. Jory Graves in right field. And Jordan Tucker in left field. For the hometown Mavs, Jeremy Freeman Jr. is in center field. Aaron Volcano is at first base tonight. Tyler Venesti is the DH. Carter Roth at third base. Johnny Volcano at short. Adam Volcano in left field, Blake Dale at second base, Nate King is behind the plate, and Yuzi Uzawa is in right field. The umpires for tonight's game is the crew chief, and home plate umpire is Ron Shuchuk. At first base, Connor Joslin, we believe. We were given a list of names, but then the umpires were all changed around. At third base is Willie Glasgow. And we are having difficulties with the scorebook as well, so what you see for score and count may not be accurate throughout the game.
Yeah, we're having trouble with even getting the numbers or the logos up. And speaking of up, on the mound today is Xander Roberts. He has been the ace of this rotation this season. 5 wins, a 3.05 ERA, and 28 strikeouts for the 2025 All-Star. Nobody the Mavericks would rather have playing in a tight playoff race against a team that is hot on their heels, but not hot as of late, Wayne. 5 consecutive losses for the Regina Red Sox, something we haven't seen from them really at all this season, as it's a swing and a miss off the bat for LSU Shreveport's Ian Montz, who was a national champion last year with a team that went undefeated. But back to what I was saying about the Red Sox recent struggles, it is starting to hinder their position in the standings.
Yes, it is, and they're lucky they got off to the good start. Right now, they're just trying to stay ahead of Moose Jaw. Their place in the standings in the playoffs is pretty well secured, but you don't want to be going into the playoffs just limping in there, not playing some of your best baseball.
Count is 2-2 here to Montz, who leads things off. Roberts working quickly as he usually does, and a swing and a miss there. First K of the night for Xander Roberts. So 1 down, and that will bring to the plate a newer face for the Red Sox. It is Zaid Brannigan, who's playing second base tonight. And we'll talk about some of the new additions that both of these teams have made over the next 2 games. And as I mentioned before, only a 7-inning game in this one and only a 7-inning game in the next one. So these teams are going to need to get off to hot starts because there is no playing catch-up this time around. If you're in the lead, you're going to feel pretty good, as Roberts feeling pretty good right now as he puts in another strike and is ahead in the count 0-1. Xander right back to work. Couldn't get that one down, so it's going to be ball 1 on the count. Waiting on deck is Matthew Fox, the 2025 All-Star shortstop. Played third base in that All-Star game, as Xander will miss there and not get the call there. Fox has been a great story for Regina this year, with lots of things not going right for them. Roberts back in on Brannigan, and a swing and a miss as that one dives around his bat.
Good off-speed pitch from Xander. Had Brannigan way out front.
Brannigan comes right back in, fouls that one off the tip. Had to get out in front of that one to foul it off, and he does so. 2-2 here with the 1 out Roberts on the way. Brannigan, a swing and a miss. Throw down to first, and Volcano will tap on the bag. And that's one thing to note. Not only did Volcano hit very well last night, but he's also been in his secondary home recently over at first base with Evan Morrison being out of the lineup. And Volcano, he says he enjoys playing first base because he gets to be involved in the action a lot more. He said there were games where he'd only get one or two balls over in right field during his collegiate season, and he likes to be in the thick of it. Roberts is going to get Fox to foul off there. Fox, recruited by Air Force when he first entered into college, ended up going to BYU, not playing in 2024, and now he's transferred out of there. So lots of moving parts for Fox, who is a great infielder. He's also pitched a bit for this Regina squad, more so last year than this season, but with lots of their pitchers leaving, they might need him on the mound. Roberts back to it. A bouncer was hoping to get Fox swinging out front, and instead it will bounce aside.
Xander is using all of his pitches. His changeup is very good tonight. He struck out Brannigan on a great curveball, and his fastball is hopping as well.
And a swing and a miss there. What a first inning for Xander Roberts. But did you expect anything different from a guy who is lights out? And he turns off the Red Sox lights here. 1, 2, 3, count them down. The Mavs will be up next with their first bats of the game. Jeremy Freeman Jr., who had himself quite the weekend against Moose Jaw, almost got one to the dome yesterday as he swings and misses there, is in to lead off this game. And Jeremy, maybe some frustration. Moose Jaw's coach was coaching in the All-Star game. He didn't get to play, and then he goes into Moose Jaw and has himself 2 great games. A little bit of pushback saying, you should have started me. But that's petty nonsense. And
Yeah,
so we'll get back to the actual game here, just building narratives as we go. And Freeman's going to send this one over toward short, and the throw to first is going to get the speedy center fielder in time. And why don't we take a look at who's on the mound here for the Red Sox before we get to our next batter. It is Aiden Page, an always solid reliever slash starter. He's done a bit of both throughout his time with the Red Sox. Been there for 2 years now, and, one win on the year, a 4.46 ERA, and 45 strikeouts. He has a real good fastball. He can blitz it right past you, and he'll look to do that against the Mavericks here. But not an easy guy to face is Aiden Page, and he's really one of the few left for the Red Sox that you can say that about.
Well, I always like to look at not only the strikeouts, but the strikeout to ball ratio or the strikeout to walk ratio, because one doesn't tell you a story without the other. And with his 45 strikeouts, he's had 20 walks, which is quite a few for the number of innings pitched.
And did Volcano go there? There wasn't an official call, but I assume it's a strike, and it's going to be. Now, this could work in the Red Sox favor. If you have a guy like Page who throws hard and you can get a little bit of a trickery type of player, a guy with some off-speed stuff after in, that sets up well for this Regina squad.
Well, and what are his off-speed pitches like?
It's going to miss there. I guess we'll have to see as this game continues to unfold.
Like his velocity right now looks better than Xander Roberts. But Xander Roberts was also throwing a great curveball and a great changeup. So we have to see whether or not Page can throw with the same attempt at velocity and off speed.
And that one over into the glove of Fox at short. Boy, he's had a steady diet of ground balls throughout the year, but that time that one lands right in the sack for out number 2.
So in Medicine Hat, the Medicine Hat Exhibition and Stampede is on, and it's, I think, started in 1888 or 1889 was the first one. So a little smaller crowd, but still a nice crowd here, considering the beautiful day it is and what's all going on in the city.
Yeah, the Stampede, always a huge draw. Stampedes everywhere are pretty big draws around Canada. I'm not sure what that looks like in the States. I'm sure, there's a couple big ones, but up in Canada for sure, big deal. Page starts Venesti off with a strike. Venesti had a good night 2 nights ago. Didn't play last night in Moose Jaw. I believe he had 3 hits in the first game of their 2-game series. And we talked about last time we saw Tyler here when they were playing Swift Current in a bit of a rut. And I think he finished that game with 2 hits and obviously continued his strong play a day later. Page on the way. That one's going to hit, and that's strike number 2.
Well, the Mavs need Venesti and Volcano to be at their top during the playoffs if they want to make an extended run.
Venesti with 2 outs and behind in the count. We'll see another from Page. Here it comes, and he's going to fly this one into left field. First hit of the game on the board in general as Tyler Venesti has himself a single, and his strong hitting within the last couple continues to roll. Johnny Volcano will get ready. Oh, he's just picking up a bat here. Carter Roth's coming up to the plate. He fooled me on that one. I got the lineup right in front of me, but Roth will instead move in. And, Carter's batting average has dipped along the way, but he's still one of the league's premier contact hitters.
Yeah, a bad night for him is 2 for 6, and that's a good night for just about everybody else.
Page will send that pitch down the middle, and it's strike number 1. We've seen in a lot of instances this year, Venesti gets on, Roth gets on, then nothing happens after. Volcano coming off of a good night last night. All 3 brothers had great games. Of course, Aaron, the headliner, going 5 for 5 as that one bounces into the chest protector of Castellanos, who's a newly added catcher to this team. Of course, you've seen Brady Bye behind the plate, Kalura previously, who's no longer with the team. And if you go back a season, former Rookie of the Year, Diego Aragon, who's tearing it up at the collegiate level in the States, he was their primary catcher for many years. There's a strike to Roth, and the count is 1-2 with 2 outs, and Venesti over on first base.
Page has got that curveball working well for him. He's fooled Roth on 2 pitches.
Roth going to hit this one hard over to left, and it's going to take a long carry, but it's going to end up into the glove of Jordan Tucker. So that is out number 3. The Mavs leave one stranded here, and the game remains tied at zeros. Xander Roberts, who put up a shutout first, will be up again for the second. We'll be right back. And coming up to the plate for the Regina Red Sox to start off our second inning is Brady Bye, repping the number 2 this year. He's been a part of the Regina Red Sox for 2 seasons. And the one thing about Bye and his coach talked about, the biggest thing for him was that he's always had power. Using that power was something that he struggled with in the past. He has been great at doing so this year, as that one's over to right field for a base hit, and a powerful base hit at that for Brady Bye. Good start to this inning as he knocks in the first hit off of Roberts. But in doing so, he's been one of their most consistent hitters this year with that power. And then he earned himself a chance to hit in the home run derby as well. He's become the face of this Regina franchise. So with
just a reminder to the people watching is that we do not have the score clock working. So we'll try to keep you updated with the count and the number of outs, because you can't see the score clock and ours isn't working.
It's 1-0 right now. Yeah, we'll try to get it working by the second game, but we're having plenty of issues with it. Lots that we can't control at this moment in time. That one going to be popped skyward, and I don't know if it's going to be playable for King. It'll take a long hop and a couple hops up on top of our heads here, and I'm always curious to whether the mic picks that noise up, because it's so shattering down here, but we're not sure if you at home feel the same effects.
Yeah, that was just about vertical, so that's why it hopped twice. Usually if they're just darting back, they only hit once.
There's a strike from Roberts. Count is 1-2. Waiting on deck here behind James Wright, who's at the plate, is Daniel Castellanos. Castellanos has only played 3 games as a member of Regina. Wright's been here for most of the year, as he's going to plummet this one into center field. Freeman's got good speed, so he's over to get to it, and that's going to be out number 1. Bye will stay planted over at first base, and it'll bring to the plate Daniel Castellanos, who's catching here. And we talked about the rotating door of catchers here for Regina over the last couple of years, and a lot of big names. Can Castellanos be a big name in the playoffs for the Red Sox? That's been their biggest hindrance over the last couple of years, is they get into the postseason riding a high, and then everything goes on freeze. One's going to miss there from Roberts. So it'll be ball 1 and a 1-0 count for Castellanos. Another swing. There's a swing and a miss from Castellanos. One over on first here. And Roberts is working effectively in the early goings. There's one that's going to be hit towards Volcano. Tap onto the bag, over to second, and they aren't going to get him in time, as Volcano couldn't get back for the tag, of course. No force play at second, so tapping the bag isn't enough.
Yeah, Aaron was a little disappointed after he made the throw because it took Johnny to the third base side, and it basically had to be right on the base.
And I want to ask, in that scenario, Wayne, when you are throwing back that way as a first baseman, can seeing the runners back hurt your ability to make an effective throw?
Yeah.
Can it get in your head at all?
It does, because you don't want to hit the batter because it could deflect off of him. If it hits the batter, there's no way you're going to get him, so you have to throw to one of the two sides of the batter, or the base runner in that case. Yeah, what you don't want to do is hit the batter. He's safe for sure, and then it could deflect out into the outfield, and he's also at third base.
0-2 count here with 2 outs and a man on second. Roberts working against Riley Bender. Started the year with a real high average, but hasn't gotten into as many games for the Red Sox since. It'll be Bender, Graves, Tucker, the last 3 in the order here. Graves and Tucker both playing in the outfield tonight. Bender's over at second. Roberts looking for one more strike against him. We saw with Retzlaff last night in Moose Jaw, it was that third strike that was the hardest for him to obtain. And it ended up costing him a couple of times. 2 runs driven in, but still overall a really good night for Danny with the 8 Ks to his performance.
Well, it's always nice when your starter goes at least 5 innings.
There's one that's going to miss from Roberts. He shakes his head, wasn't too sure about that throw there.
Yeah, he was up 0-2, and now it's a full count. The score clock is only showing 1-2. Now it's up to 3-2.
Yeah, we can't really debate it without a clock of our own, as that one fouled aside. Roberts trying to get him on the off speed there. Jory Graves, who hasn't played a lot of games this year for the Red Sox till recently, will come in next. And he's got family in the stands tonight. Into the glove goes Roberts. Quick look over to second. Here comes the pitch. It's going to be jammed a little, and this could be a tougher play than most, but Volcano is going to be there. Got a good jump into the outfield, and that will limit By from coming around. So it is still a 0-0 ball game after 2 runs around this Red Sox batting group. And so we will head to the bottom of the second, where the Mavs will get another opportunity to see their hitters go.
Including the WCBL report with myself and Joe McFarland every Wednesday, and also the WCBL Game of the Week pregame show leading right up to game time every Thursday night. It's all in one spot, the WCBL YouTube channel. Subscribe today. Hey baseball fans, make sure to stay up to date with your favorite teams across the league by subscribing to the WCBL YouTube channel right now. We have tons of free coverage for you over there, including daily highlights, full archived game broadcasts, daily game day previews, plus 2 weekly shows including the WCBL report with myself and Joe McFarland every Wednesday, and also the WCBL Game of the Week pregame show leading
we apologize for the short lapse there. We lost our audio for a moment's time. Not sure what happened there. So we are back now. Hopefully you can hear us. Hopefully you can see us as well. And hopefully the game feed will catch up soon. We already have one out here. Johnny Volcano grounded out. His brother Adam now up as he takes a strike there. Count will be 1-1 as he battles with Aiden Page for the first time in this game. We're still not sure if we're up. If someone could text us and let us know if we're officially back up, that would be great. I think we should be good now, but Page will deliver a pump in there, and there's a strike. So he'll work ahead in the count.
Yeah, Page is throwing lots of strikes, and he's making the Mavs offer at those pitches.
Wayne, and you talked about, the walks this season for him, and that might be concerning, but he's getting batters to swing right now, and he's locating well. Throw down to first. There's out number 2 as both Volcanoes down here in the bottom of 2. Blake Dale will come to the plate. He was named the player of the game when they played Swift here on Monday night, but there wasn't a lot of players of the game in that one.
Yeah.
No Maverick had a good night. Vanesti at the end turned it up a little bit. Blake was consistent, but nothing to smile about in that contest.
Yeah. And it's good to see after that terrible outing. We kind of said that's a wake-up call for them. They have to learn to play better even against teams that are below them. And they went to Moose Jaw and won 2 games against a team that they've had difficulty with and are certainly below them in the standings. And Blake Dale, I think, had a couple of hits last night, so good for him.
Well, everybody in the lineup had a hit last night, and that includes Jaden Babiak, who came out of the game. Nate King came in for him and got a hit as well. So 10 batters with hits, 20 total for the core. 2-0 the count here to Dale. 2 outs already for Page. And that one going to be called the third ball now. So this is the other side of Page that we're watching right now. I'm not sure any of those pitches have been terrible, but they just haven't found the box that he's looking for.
They were all balls, so now he can come back, but can't get that one.
A 4-pitch walk to Blake Dale. So Dale over to first base, Nate King up to the plate. And I'm not sure if we have any ball boys right now. It looks like Luis Diaz is doing the duties of picking things up for his teammates. Going there with a guard and a bat.
Well, I think the ball boys and ball girls are on strike, aren't they? They're they're holding out for a better contract. They might all be at the exhibition in Stampede, riding the Midway road or rides and shows.
Maybe that's a part of their contract. And everybody just took the same day off, as that one's down low for Page.
Just a reminder, we do not have the score clock. It's not like we're not keeping up to date. It's just not functioning tonight.
And so you're aware, Wayne keeps score every single game in general, just beyond what you'd see on a regular scoreboard. So he'll have all the fill-ins as per usual. That's not going away unless you've lost your book, Wayne.
No, my paper and pen still works.
Does your mind? You didn't answer yes or no, so now I'm actually questioning. Throw down to first. Dale will be safe over there.
Blake Dale had a very large leadoff that time, and Page noticed that, so he threw over.
Here's the pitch from Page. And he wraps up a strike there, but still behind in the count. 2-1. Favorable spot for King here. Almost feel like this is going to be his chance to swing. Just one home run here this year. And in that same game that he had a home run, he also had a deep double. See if he can get something in the deeper part of this park. Page towards home plate. He's going to jam King here. This one fouled aside, and it will stretch all the way over towards those batting cages.
Yeah, 3-1 count. You don't want to get jammed. It should be a pitch where if you're going to hit it foul, it's going to be down the third base side, not the first base. First base side shows you're late on it.
Page.
Dale might be running, I'm not sure.
Page keeps staring off to the scoreboard there. King is going to put this one into flight, up into center field. And the play is going to be made for out number 3. So things moving well through 2 innings of play. Zeros on the board for both teams, and each team leaving a couple of runners on throughout this one. We'll see if that theme continues. But first, let's take a look at a couple of themes throughout the season for these teams. More specifically, their stats. 28-17 are the Mavericks on the year. If they go 5-5 over their next 10, they will tie their record from last season. So they got a chance to up that. And last year's team was second place as well, so they're in good company. For the Red Sox, 22-21. It wasn't always a near 500 record. They were above at points in the season, but they are above against the Mavericks. 4-2 against Medicine Hat this year. And when it comes to runs scored, the Mavericks, they have a grapple on that category. 352 on the year to 329 for the Red Sox. That number has continued to not move as quickly as it did before for Regina. So there's a couple of things you need to know about both teams, and we will send you off to commercial break with that. And back for our top of the third here from Athletic Park. And taking his first turn at the plate in this game is the left-hander Jory Graves, playing in right field tonight. Another fielder right behind him in Jordan Tucker, who's got a pretty good stat line for a 9-hole hitter. And it might just be one of those Micah Dvorak situations where you got a really good hitter at the end of the lineup to flip it over to another couple of good ones. Here's going to be the throw down to first base, and getting it there with a little bit more of a stretch than he probably expected is Aaron Volcano. That's out number 1.
Yeah, a lot of teams we notice put a very good hitter in number 9. Musha have Wallachek there.
Yeah, Ben Wallachek, a great little second baseman. Plenty of speed. We've talked about him lots on the broadcast recently. And we saw Matthew Fox earlier when Regina played here this year. He was in the 9-hole.
He was.
He's not a bad hitter at all. So it's all about strategy for some of these teams. There's others who just like to put all the big names at the top of the lineup. We see that with Saskatoon a lot. This one over into center field. Freeman's going to take a long route, and he's going to get there right at the warning track. There's out number 2. And so that's the first at-bat for the day for Jordan Tucker, and it's going to result in a flyout. Second at-bat of the day for Ian Montz, who will come up. He's the third fielder, so they get all 3 fielders in a row once you flip over this lineup.
Boy, the way Roberts is throwing, he might pitch both games.
Yeah, why not?
He's just cruising along.
Low one to Montz there, that one near the toes. 2 outs already for Xander. Looked like Montz almost tried to turn into that one and almost caught the side of the plate.
Yeah, that's what you want to do, is turn in, not open up. And both those pitches, they're trying to get it in on his hands, but he didn't offer, and they were just too far inside.
Doesn't offer at that one either, but that time it's a strike. 2-1. Roberts hasn't been behind a lot, not only in this game, but at all this season. There's a swing and a miss from Montz. He's right back even.
Boy, good off-speed pitch. Looked like a fastball, and Montz saw a fastball, but it was a changeup.
There's a swing and a foul off there for Montz. Montz, another one of these Red Sox players. Wasn't here at the start of the year. They add him in, and now he's batting at the top of their lineup, so a lot asked for a guy who's pretty new. Xander's been with the Mavericks all season. Different story for him. And is that a swing? It sure is. Playing in the sandbox is Xander Roberts. He is absolutely fooling the Red Sox early on. It's child's play out there, and we'll see if that continues as we move on to the bottom of the third inning. Xander, sure we can expect him back in the top of the fourth. How about the hitting of this guy lately? Yusei Uzawa will start off the bottom of the third inning. Boy, his batting average has soared up to 270 after being around a 200 hitter at one point. And boy, is that a luxury for the Mavs at the end of their lineup here. He's going to foul that one off his foot, and he will try and shake it off as he rolls off to his right.
I think he has a protector on his right foot, but even with that, sometimes it doesn't hit the protector. Third baseman Bender is playing in, expecting a bunt.
And Uzawa also has a larger arm protector, but when asked by his coach JT earlier in the year why he doesn't wear it, he says, well, because it doesn't feel good when I swing. So then that's the reason that he doesn't have it on, and he's choosing to risk getting hit instead of having safety in a swing that doesn't feel as good. That one steamrolled by Page, and it'll be a ball.
I wonder why a person would buy something that they're never going to use.
Well, for Yusei, he's got lots of sponsorships, so that's one thing that they may have just given him.
Oh, okay.
Pretty sure he has 12 bats in his locker is what I've been told. Uzawa is going to foul that one off the tip of the bat. Be 1-2.
9-1-2 for the Mavs. The count is 1-2.
This is the spot in your order where you feel like you can start to get things going run-wise. Obviously, they've blanked the Red Sox in 3 consecutive innings, and you don't want to waste a performance like this from Xander Roberts. Seen the Mavs playing a couple low-scoring games this year. I know the one in Sylvan was really low-scoring, and then, of course, the 1-0 game up at Fort Mac, which they almost lost several times. Coach JT saying he was really worried that they were going to let that one slip by, and fortunately for the Mavs, they didn't. That one will bounce aside there, so Uzawa is going to work this to a full count. Readjusting his helmet there is Castellanos, and I'm not sure if there's a equipment malfunction here. It looks like there might be. Tries to readjust again, and now he's back into order behind the plate. Page, glove up by the ear. Not sure if he's listening into the call through there. Here comes the pitch, and it's high to Uzawa, and that's a guy you don't want to let on the base path. A speedster of all speedsters is number one, is on number one.
That was a good at-bat by Uzawa. He was down 1-2, got it back to full count, and eventually got the walk. And that's his game. Just get on first base and then use his speed.
Freeman getting the signal from JT down at the dugout. Now there's going to be a chat with Page on the mound. We've seen Freeman the first time seeing a pitcher. It takes some getting used to a lot of the time, especially when he's dealing with a guy that's throwing a lot of off speed. Page a bit more of a mix today, but he fooled Freeman the first time up. Next time Freeman sees a pitcher, he adjusts himself well in the box, whether, that's getting up a little further, and then he makes pitchers pay, and that's been a thing that we've seen a lot this year.
Yeah, Jeremy grounded out to Fox at short his first at-bat, so he was right on the pitch. He just didn't get the launch that he wanted on it. Jeremy was slow in the power hitting department this year. Didn't have any home runs till about maybe 2.5, 3 weeks ago, and now he's got 5 home runs.
Freeman's hit a couple out here recently, and all of them came in that same bunch. It was like 3 games in a row where he had a home run.
And the ball should travel good tonight. It's very hot, no wind at all.
That one is low to Freeman. See if Uzawa even thinks about stealing here. I don't think with any outs that's something that you want to do near the top of the order, but you never know.
Yeah, right now Page is getting himself into trouble by walking and pitching behind, so no sense giving him an easy out.
And Uzawa was trying to peek around the first baseman there and see where that ball was out. It was bobbled momentarily by Castellanos. He managed to get to it. The other thing for the Red Sox is they don't have a lot of bodies right now in the pitching department. Yeah. So saving Page, hoping that their guy goes for a long amount of time here is really important, not only for this game, but for the game they're about to play right after. Freeman takes a strike there. Thought it was more so under the arm, but it is going to land there nonetheless.
Freeman might have been taking just till he gets a strike on him.
Freeman going to punch this one over into right field. And Uzawa will have to retreat back over to first base. So 0 for 2 tonight is Jeremy. It'll bring up Aaron Volcano. We don't have a game this Sunday, so we won't be doing hot streaks and player of the week. But Volcano would have been the choice for that segment. Anytime a guy goes 5 for 5, it almost cements that guy within the graphic that we would put up, the conversation that we would have about said player. Page, quick look over to his third baseman. He's done that a lot this game. That one going to be pulled foul by Volcano.
Good curveball from Page.
Uzawa will walk back over to first. Count is 0-1 with 1 out and Yusei on first. Waiting on deck is Tyler Venesti. He had tonight's first hit. Page a long wait. Volcano going to send this one skyward. Should be playable over in center field for Montz. He's going to gather himself under it, and that is going to be out number 2. So with the leadoff runner on and 2 of your best hitters coming up, this is not what you would have expected if you're the Mavericks. Having 2 outs already, and both with, balls in the air that never really gave the outfielders any difficulty.
Yeah, the Mavs might have left their hitting bats in Moose Jaw because they had 20 hits last night, and they only have 1 tonight. And this game's just about half over. Only 2 hits in the game. 1 for each team.
Venesti, there's a strike to him.
I kind of think that if Venesti falls behind here, we're going to see Uzawa take off for second.
Would he do it behind 0-1?
Yeah, I think he, as soon as he gets a good read, he's going to go. He's looking to go right now.
And you said it, Wayne. Here he goes. And no throw even attempted for Castellanos. So another stolen base for Yusei Uzawa. And I say another because he's had a ton so far this season. He's up near the top of the Mavericks with now 20 stolen bases, only behind Jeremy Freeman's 23.
I think they're number 3 and 4 in the league, aren't they?
They are, and they were 1 and 2 for most of the
Yeah.
season. Page going to sling that one aside.
Yeah, a single from Venesti, and Ozawa should score.
Yeah,
Venesti was behind 0-2 his first at-bat and hit one over the shortstop.
He's probably wishing he could have that same hit here.
Yeah.
Page, quick look over towards Uzawa. He'll do a double take, and that pitch is going to miss. So with a little pressure at his back, Page unable to locate.
Well, now Venesti is probably licking his chips, or his lips, his chips.
I thought you were going to say chops.
Yeah, or his chops. 3-1 count. Good hitter like Venesti. He won't miss it if it's there.
And it isn't there, so Venesti works himself a walk, and that'll bring up Carter Roth. Carter Roth is in the top 6 in the WCBL in RBIs with 39. Him and Jeremy Freeman Jr. tied for the team lead at that. But that has rotated a lot this year. Roth's had it. Venesti had it for a bit. Micah Dvorak had the lead. But as for now, it's between Freeman and Roth. Now, I'm sure they're not battling each other. They just want to win games. But Page stirring something up there as he goes back into his glove. First baseman playing behind Venesti. Roth is going to foul that one off into the Mavericks dugout.
I like how Page is a first pitch strike thrower. He gets ahead on the hitters right away. He is having a little problems finishing them off, but he does pitch ahead for most of the hitters.
Page 3 looks at Uzawa. Roth going to hit this one high into center field, all the way back to the end of the green grass, and the catch is going to be made by Montz. Boy, he had a busy inning, and so did the base path, but nobody comes in to score. Uzawa and Venesti left stranded, and the Mavs hitting woes at home continue here. This one tied at zeros through 3 innings of play. Xander Roberts doing Xander Roberts things before we could even get words out of our mouths. He throws a strike. And speaking of things coming out of things, some of the music coming out of the speakers here tonight is questionable as Freeman makes that into center field. I probably can't say the lyrics that I just heard, but I think that's indicative of that they shouldn't be playing that song at Athletic Park. Sorry to snitch out anybody, but I just could not believe the song that was just playing.
What was it?
It was something about a milkshake. That's all I will say. Speaking of that, a good day for.
It's a good day for milkshakes.
I was
Come
going to
on,
say a
it's
hot day outside. Maybe that's what they were saying. Is Fox is going to swing and have a miss there. But boy, sometimes every once in a while, someone will catch you a little off guard at a ball game, and that's one of them. 1-1 the count here with 1 out to Fox. I'm going to check on that. Pretty sure he wasn't going to go and didn't. Fox says that when he's back in Regina, they got a pretty nice ping pong setup in the clubhouse, and he enjoys doing that. I'm sure they got standings and a rivalry and, all those things put in. A little something to do away from the game as this one is pounded over into left field. Going to bounce off the base of the wall near the days off sign. Wild throw there from Freeman that's going to be caught by Dale, and it'll be a double from Fox with just 1 out.
Well, I'm sure Regina are waiting for the new ownership group to take over, and then the push will be on for a new stadium in Regina, and they certainly need one.
And this is a good combo here with Fox on the base path and Brady Bye in at the plate. One big name that's not in this game right now that, yes, is still on the roster is Raphael Jackson. We probably will see him in game 2, I would assume. This one hit out towards Dale, and good eye there from Fox to get back over to second base. So there's 2 outs now, and that'll help Roberts in the Mavs. It looks like we have a member of the Red Sox also doing bat boy duty, as coming out to grab a bat there is Jalen Myers. In at the plate is James Wright, another catcher on this Regina roster. Not in the catcher's spot tonight. Right over at first base. And we saw Nate King over at first base a little while ago for the Mavs. Not his natural home. I'm wondering if it's the same thing for Wright, where he's just playing there almost as a placeholder. A bouncer in the dirt. That one going to stay ahead of the catcher in King.
Yeah, sometimes you run into injuries, and you run into, in Regina's case, players leaving, so you need somebody to fill in those spots. And if you've got an excess of catchers, they normally can play anywhere. Count is 1-1.
This one's going to be popped up. We'll see if King has a play on it. He's going to go all the way to the netting, and that one going to drop into the concourse and bounce all the way down into the patio level, or the ground level rather. Call it what you will. It's snatched up by someone down there with some hockey hair.
Now, would that be a Red Sox group down there? Regina Red Sox?
That's a good question. We've seen that when other teams come into town, that they fill in those patios on the right side. There's a swing and a miss from Roberts, and that is good enough to get him out of another inning. One stranded over at second, and Roberts continues to turn heads here. And that's saying something, because he's turned heads all season long. My goodness, Xander Roberts. Well, Wayne, I'm going to make you throw that prediction on air. Johnny Volcano up to bat, and Wayne, you have some high hopes for this at-bat.
Yeah, we need something going, and Johnny is kind of an igniter for the Mavs. He has been over his history with the Mavs, so I'm going to expect that he's going to get on base, hopefully with a double.
One thing that people don't know about Johnny Volcano is they assume, he's been a lifelong Maverick. And that actually is not the case. He spent one season, as he swings and misses there, with the Lethbridge Bulls. And it was during the season where the Bulls actually ended up winning the WCBL title. Yeah. Now, I'm not sure if that means that he was gifted a ring or not.
That was a COVID season.
It was the COVID in 2021. That ball going to miss there. Johnny will shake his head in agreement. I never got the chance to ask him if he did receive a ring for his efforts in that championship.
Well, he came out of Vauxhall, and the Mavs weren't playing that year. There were several teams that didn't play.
Ooh, that one spiked over towards the Regina dugout. Hopefully no one was in the way down there.
No, it went right over. That was a good swing by Johnny. That pitch could have been a call to a strike, and he's not going to let the umpire take the bat out of his hands.
Here it comes from Page, and a swing and a miss from Volcano.
Bummer.
So the commentator curse lives
Bummer.
on. Wayne adding to it there. And I think the most fortunate part about all of that, everything in that sequence, is that Rai Pathakis still has a head over there down in the Regina Red Sox dugout. That skinned right over his cap and just ducking out of the way in time.
Well, they're short of players, and you don't want to see anybody else get hurt down there.
Well, it's almost fortunate that they didn't have their regular amount down there. Better chance for someone to get hit. Volcano almost takes one off the arm there as he runs out. And maybe your prediction was just one batter early. Maybe it's a different Volcano that will feel the effects of Wayne's good fortune here.
Well, we've got a pitcher's duel. Only 3 hits so far. And we're into the bottom of the 4th.
This one going to be ripped down the line and very easily could be a double for Volcano. He's going to hurry through first base. Long throw over to second, sliding in, and there in time is Adam Volcano as he fires up the dugout. And Wayne, you were one early. There's a double for Adam.
No, you called that one. You said it was probably one batter early, but yeah, that goes to you, Truman.
Can't take all the credit for it. Adam should get all the credit. There's a reason he's over on second. And a bit of a risky play to turn through first there. That ball obviously reached the left fielder in short time. And, we didn't have a lot of time to squeeze in there.
It had to be a perfect throw, and that's what you want to do. You want to challenge them to make the perfect throw. And it very seldom is it the perfect throw. So good job by Adam.
Blake Dale at the plate. That one low. Good block there by Castellanos.
Mavs can't afford to leave base runners. This game's going by in a hurry.
Yeah, already into the top of the 4th here at Athletic Park. Count is 1-0 to Blake Dale. 1 runner on second, 1 out already. And that one going to get over the head of Dale. Going over to third base is Adam Volcano. And for the Mavs, they will take that. Makes Blake Dale's job a little bit easier here.
Yeah, that curveball from Page just slipped out of his hand and no chance for Castellanos. So infield is going to come in. They're going to try to cut the run off if it's hit on the ground. Blake's job now is just to get it in the air.
It looks like there's something brewing in the air to my right. Is Blake Dale going to swing and miss there? Something's happening in the Regina Red Sox bullpen. A catcher running out there right now and a pitcher throwing the ball into his glove lightly. Don't have an official number on that pitcher down there. We'll get it as soon as we can. See if Page can recover here against Dale. A swing and a miss. That one going to roll away, but roll in front of Castellanos, and it'll be 2-2.
2 great sliders from Page. I don't think there's going to be any rush to take Page out. He's throwing so well.
It looks like down there is either number 38, Calvin Shepard, or number 35, Chris Spree. Can't quite see that far. Is Dale going to lay off there? Another good job by in the blocking department from Castellanos. Of course, one of Wayne and I's favorite names is a part of the Regina crew. We'll see if we see Xander Udi Singer come into the game tonight.
Well, where's Vittorio Anacaruccio?
That is not his name, and Blake Dale will not go there. He gets a walk instead. And Wayne, I agree with you there on the wow call. It looked like he may have went. And Shuchuk's having a heated conversation here with somebody in the Red Sox dugout, and we know he's got no patience for any of that.
Well, the manager is upset that wasn't called a strike, first of all, by home plate umpire, but he did appeal to the first base umpire, and the first base umpire said no. I think Blake Dale got away with a walk there when he probably could have been called out just as easily.
Now, not the worst thing here for the Red Sox is now they have a chance to get a double play and once again allow the Mavs to not score a run. King, just missed that one there as he flips it back to the backstop.
You're just about getting to that time of the game, though, where you may want to put down that squeeze bunt just to score a run. It might only be a one-run ball game here or there.
Yeah,
and that way you stay out of the double play as well.
Yeah, with the pace that this one's moving at, you think it might help, and that will get a run in for sure. Good job to take off there from first for Blake Dale. He'll park up over at third, and the first run is in to score. Adam Volcano comes across the line, and the RBI courtesy of Nate King.
That was a great call by JT. He put the hit and run on. So Blake Dale was off, knowing that the ball was going to be put in play. So as soon as the ball is hit, unless it's a line drive, you're going to get to third. And the second baseman, Brannigan, went over to cover second, and that's exactly where King hit the ball. So good hit and run. And now you've got Uzawa, and you can do a lot of things with Uzawa.
Yeah, if he does put down a bunt here, there is a chance that he's able to speed it out over to first base. And that would load up the bases, but it looks like they're going to let him hit here. He'll take ball one.
Yeah, infield's playing back, and I think with Uzawa's speed, I would play the infield in. You're going to have a hard time doubling up Uzawa.
Uzawa going to Butler Community College next year. New home for him. He's going to take another ball there from Page.
Now Uzawa's job is to pull the ball here. There's a big hole between first and second, and that will score Blake Dale from third. Actually, contact anywhere is going to score him.
Uzawa
there it is.
Ground this one. Uzawa over to first in time. He's safe by a mile, and Dale in to score, just like you said. Any contact, Wayne, and the Mavs have a 2-0 lead here off the RBI single from Yusei Uzawa.
Yeah, good job by Uzawa. Hooked the ball, got it to the right side. And he'll get an RBI for that.
So Jeremy Freeman Jr. will come up, and this is the spot the Mavs were in the last inning. Obviously, the score clock looking a little bit different with no outs, but Freeman was coming up with Uzawa on. They got nothing out of it. This time, Uzawa works his magic and drives in a couple of runs.
Well, I think Uzawa is going to try to steal second. If he gets thrown out, you got Freeman leading off the next inning.
Freeman going to duck out of the way there. It's 1-1. Uzawa keeping an eye, and now he's going to go. Freeman's going to send this one aside, and so it'll be a 1-2 count. We saw that last game when Moose Shaw was in town. I can't remember who it was. Somebody kept trying to run, and it was when Swift was in town. Ayala over on first. It was about 4 times he was trying to run. Every time it was a foul off from one of his teammates. Freeman pops this one up. See if it's playable. It won't be. That one going to take a long blow way over into right foul territory. Count is 1-2, 2 outs. Uzawa over on first base.
I think Uzawa will be going.
And he is. Freeman, a swing and a miss, and that will do it. But the Mavs, with the first runs that any team has scored in this game, they get 2 in the bottom of 4. We're almost near the end of this game. Only 3 more innings to play. There is no 7th inning stretch, but Wayne brought up a good point. Could there be a 5th inning stretch? Could be coming soon after we play one more in the top of 5. But before we play that inning, of course, we got to take you through our nightly head-to-head, and we're going to take a look at 2 outfielders. Adam Volcano, who, of course, first guy to come across the plate in this game. 209 average on the year. He was in the 100s at one point. He's worked his batting average all the way up with a little bit of a hot stretch here. 4 home runs, 19 RBIs. He's added 2 to that total since last night. And then Jordan Tucker, 324. He's out in left field tonight. 3 homers, not the power-hitting outfielder that you see from a lot of guys nowadays, but he is a producer. 26 RBIs on the season as well. Tucker, a fun one always to watch for the Sox. Xander Roberts in for his 5th inning of work. And in town for, of course, today are the Regina Red Sox. But this is the first of 3 consecutive doubleheaders. So they won't be staying in Medicine Hat overnight, I don't believe. So they won't get use out of our official hotel, Town Place Suites, as we have to give a mention to them each game for all the work that they do with the Mavericks and continue to do. As they've been a big part of this group over the last couple of years. Roberts behind 3-0 here, an unusual twist to this at-bat against Castellanos.
Yeah, I don't think he's gone to 3 balls on too many hitters.
See if he can bring his way back. It's now 3-1. Xander working quickly there. A step forward from Castellanos, but he won't get any further. He's sent backwards into the batter's box. Swing and a miss.
Good change.
3-0, it don't matter. Xander Roberts, impressive stuff.
That's his 7th strikeout so far. Yeah, it was a great changeup on a full count. He might have got the benefit of the call when the count was 3-1. That pitch looked like it could have been outside, but when you're around the plate all the time, you're going to get those close calls.
He's going to be wishing that this was a 9-inning game. Maybe a chance to go for a complete one. Not one Maverick pitcher has pitched a complete game so far this year. If it is 7 innings, of course it's not officially a complete game, but it can be in our hearts.
Oh, it's a complete game, yeah. As you said, not an official complete game, but for all intent and purposes, if the game is only 7 innings and you pitch it all, you've pitched a complete game.
There's a strike from Xander as he floats it into the middle of the plate. He's behind here again, 2-0.
It's good to see that when he's behind, he's throwing his off-speed pitches as well.
King tried to pick that one up off the ground. Instead, it's going to go to 3-1. Xander, not a whole lot of walks on the season.
That's a good pitch.
Going to send in a strike there, and it'll send another batter backwards. Bender will have to retreat into the batter's box. And, you know, talking about the amount of walks, 17. I'm actually kind of surprised. I've watched a lot of Xander this year, of course, and didn't think his total would have been that high. Over to Volcano at short. He's going to send this one cross-body to his brother into the splits to get it.
That's Johnny's play. He does that as well as anybody in this league.
Yeah, anytime a play needs to be made, and it needs to be made at another skill level, Johnny is able to deliver it. It's odd because the times where he may have a bloop here and there, it's when it's the routine plays.
Yes.
But the big plays, you can book it. That guy does not miss. There's a pitch from Xander, and this time he'll start off on the right side of the coin with a 1-0 count, or with a 0-1 count, rather. Swing and a miss there. He doubles up on Graves.
Yeah, he struck out Graves his first plate appearance. Again, his changeup is really good tonight.
So good that he gets Graves again. 1, 2, 3. Graves is down, and he files through the order once again. Xander Roberts, another 0 added to the scoreboard, and it's all him tonight. And wanted to take a moment to talk about a couple of new additions that each team has made. We will start, of course, with the Regina Red Sox. They've made 2 in the, hitting and fielding department. Daniel Castellanos, who's been in this game, I've watched him behind the plate. Zaid Brannigan, who's been in the 2 spot for this game, playing in the infield for the most part, senior who plays down in Georgia when he's at university, is added to this roster. And then Jason Moist, it'll be interesting to see if he makes an appearance at all in this game, or if maybe even starts game 2 out of Grandview, another senior. So 2 seniors added to this Regina Red Sox group. And of course the Mavericks have made some additions as well, and we will talk about those additions next game. So you got a little bit of something to look forward to as far as the new bodies go for Medicine Hat.
Well, there's a good chance these 2 teams are going to play each other in the first round of the playoffs. So they're going to get a good feel of what the other team can do on the mound and at the plate.
And a new pitcher on the mound, Calvin Shepard, out of Louisiana, Shreveport. We talked about Ian Montz being out of Shreveport, of course Jackson Searing, who they had earlier in the year, a Shreveport guy. It seems like those guys have all funneled to the Regina Red Sox, and boy, is that a team full of winners. Volcano is going to send this one foul down the right side.
Boy, Shepard's got a good fastball if his first pitch is any indication.
Yeah, the luxury for these 2 teams with only 7 innings, you're not going to have to use as many pitchers. And that pitch going to go off the top of the glove of Castellanos. Tom Shuchuk will use an interesting way to pick up that ball. I thought he was going to flip it up to himself for a second, but he just was trying to stop it.
I thought he might bend over, but that didn't seem to want to work.
Here's a ground ball over towards short, and it's going to be out number 1, thrown down to first base. It almost pulled the first baseman in right all the way off first base.
Fox has been busy at short, but boy, he's got every play that's come to him he's made tonight.
Yeah, it's been interesting because Brannigan hasn't had to do really anything at second base, and third's been pretty dry as well for Bender. Venesti, there's a strike to him. Venesti and Roth coming up. Venesti, of course, on with the base hit earlier. Roth, nothing to show for it tonight.
Yeah, Venesti's been on base both times, a single and a walk.
Here's going to be a grounder up towards short. And speak of Fox not having a whole lot, there it is. Or I guess you were talking about how he had a lot tonight. I messed that up. There's another one added to the resume.
Yeah, he's handled a lot. Every play that he come to him, he's made. And that's what you want from your shortstop. Just make the routine plays.
Just 5 hits combined between these two teams in the bottom of the 5th inning. And those 2 runs for the Mavs in a low-scoring affair. We never see this out of either of these teams.
Well, only 5 hits in the total game.
Roth ripped down to third base. Nice play by Bender over to first. Boy, got to check the hand there. That one's going to sting. But a nice move by Riley Bender to finish off the bottom of the 5th. Jordan Tucker, the 9-hole hitter in left field, starts it off in the top of the 6th. Boy, this game whipping by and still on the mound.
Turn the music off. They were waiting for the music to go off.
They wanted to know, or they were just wanting to let you know, we will rock you.
Yeah.
And Roberts has been rocking it. Oh, nearly a fantastic Odell Beckham-like play from Nate King behind the plate. King going to get everything reconfigured here as he had a couple of straps go off. Of course, lost his hat in the process, lost his mask.
Good try by Jordan Tucker, just trying to get on base. He saw that Roth was playing back at third base, Volcano playing back at first. So take advantage of the defense.
This one's going to be popped up right over towards Roth, and he's going to make the play. There's out number 1.
Boy, Xander is making this game look easy.
I mean, he hasn't spent more than 15 minutes on the mound today, it doesn't feel like.
Well, we were going to check his pitch count on on point streak, and we couldn't get it to work, but I think he's maybe at around 50.
Mont's a swing and a miss. Yeah, I'm taking a look at it too, Wayne, and, you know, the number's not popping up for me at the moment either. I'm not sure if anybody else are experiencing those difficulties, and Mont's experiencing some difficulties at the plate right now, 0-2.
Well, we might have some internet or Wi-Fi problems here right at the stadium, because if point streak isn't working and ours isn't working, maybe it's an internet connection.
At least we can still bring this broadcast, of course, on Flow Sports to you.
Count is 1-2.
Roberts steps forth, and he's going to get Montz.
That's a hat trick. Third strikeout for Montz.
being able to do that to a leadoff hitter in a lineup that's, pretty solid, that's dangerous. When you see a pitcher that can file through people like Roberts has filed through this lineup, like he's gone through Montz, just a special player is Xander.
Well, it's 9 strikeouts and no walks, and that's a phenomenal game, no matter whether it's a 7-inning or a 9-inning game. If the game ended right now, that would be a tremendous outing. Being up 2-0, and now he's ahead 0-2 on Brannigan.
And he gets him. A delayed call there at home plate. Brannigan had a word. Shewchuk will look over at him as Brannigan will now walk away, and so does Xander Roberts, but he does so with a smile on his face. I mean, Xander Roberts is allergic to giving up hits right now. Another batter sent to the dugout, and he's doing it in stunning fashion. So the Mavs are 3 outs away from taking game 1, but they still have a chance to do a little bit of damage with their bats. Johnny Volcano will come up to the plate here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And if you're wondering, just 6 innings and you joined us maybe late today, it is because this is only a 7-inning game. This one takes a long roll all the way to the back wall, and rolling out to get it is Ian Montz, who is stymied at the plate in his last appearance. Roberts shutting him down. That's been the story of this first 7, has been Xander Roberts. There's really not much else to talk about.
Well, 10 strikeouts, no walks. No runner has gotten to third base. Only one runner has gotten to second base. He's only given up 2 hits, so an outstanding effort so far.
Now, it might be too late for this argument with the kind of season Levi Abbott's had, but if Levi Abbott does have a blow-up game of sorts at some point, as this one goes over the head of Adam Volcano, there might be a chance that Xander Roberts comes from behind and snatches the Pitcher of the Year award. I mean, he's going to have a sub-3 ERA now. He's got 10 strikeouts in this game, up to 38 on the year. If he has one more start before the end of the season, there's a real case that he could be the guy for that presentation.
Well, and there's a lot of good pitchers that are all in that conversation, so he's definitely going to be in there, and he'll get another start. It's just that I don't think they're going to want to use him too close to the playoffs, because obviously he's going to be the game 1 starter in the playoffs.
Yeah, the Mavs will have the luxury of going with him for game 1, and probably Luis Diaz, who's taken on more of a starter role throughout the year. In game 2, Volcano swings and misses there on the pitch from Shepard.
Yeah, we don't get to see the pitchers from Sylvan Lake and Energy City and Fort McMurray. They don't come to Medicine Hat.
Well, I'll tell you, I got a chance to watch a guy by the name of Matt McKenzie from Sylvan Lake during All-Star Weekend. That guy is the real deal. And if he stays in this league beyond this year, that is going to be a guy that will be in the best pitcher conversation. What he was doing on the mound was straight up dominating the league's best hitters, and he took over in his short appearance. Now, obviously, you don't see him over an inning, but he was fantastic. So Matt McKenzie, one of those many from those teams that we have not got to see at Athletic Park. And a walk here for Adam Volcano. Sylvan Lake sent 3 pitchers to the All-Star game. Josh Dolish and Mickey McClaskey, the other 2. McClaskey more of a reliever type. Dolish in the starter role. Blake Dale.
Yeah, you got Whitney would be in that conversation. He's got 5 wins as well.
Of course, the trio over in Lethbridge. We already spoke about Abbott, of course, but, Getz and Marikovic.
Yeah, I kind of doubt whether Getz would be in that conversation. I mean, he's got a good ERA, but there's so many other good pitchers that are ahead of him.
I think one guy that doesn't get talked about as much, and maybe it's because he had the one bad start and he's playing on a team that hasn't done very well, but Adam Cordy for a lot of the year with Swift had been their guy. I think he had an ERA in the 3s and is playing for a team that just reached 10 wins on Monday night.
Yeah, it's tough when you get 2 wins and you're leading your team in wins or tied for the lead.
Here's the pitch from Shepard. And couldn't get it down to Dale, so it'll be ball 1. 1-2 count here with 1 out. Volcano over at first base. Shepard, swing and a miss. He's going to get Blake Dale. So while Shepard resets, we are going to fill you in on what happens after this. Do not go away from this stream. We're just going to put it on pause, essentially. Yeah. It'll be about a 20-minute break in between so that everybody can get warmed up player-wise, make the adjustments to the diamond that are going to need to be made, file fans in and out, and then we'll be right back here. So we will be going away, but stay right here. Or if you do exit the stream, just come back to the same location. It'll be here waiting for you.
So I've got a question. You said file the fans in and out. These fans don't have to leave, though, do they?
So some fans do, and other fans don't. Now,
so how are they going to know?
That's a really good question, and we'll see how that all works out. As King's going to swing and miss there at a 1-1 count. I'm sure if somebody's sitting in a seat that somebody else has purchased a game later,
that's right,
they could just walk up and say, "See you later." As far as bleachers go, if you bought a bleacher for one game, no one's kicking you out of your spot. You can sit anywhere. So it'll be interesting to see how all of those pieces work out, and hopefully no fans getting a bit of a heated argument down there.
Yeah, I think we've got probably around 900, maybe 1,000 fans here now, and with more fans coming later, we should have 1,200, 1,400 tonight.
Shepard, that one's going to dip low. 3-1 the count, 2 outs. Still over on first base is Volcano. Checking back in at the plate is King. And also wanting to note, for those who might not be aware, the lineups could be completely different. King going to work a walk here, and I'm sure for Nate, we've seen the rotations that the Mavs have used with their catchers throughout the year. It's predictable that he will be out, and one of Chabot and Babiuk will come in right after him.
You're right. Game live is not working, but it is connected. I am connected.
Back at the plate we go with Yusei Uzawa, who, if Xander Roberts wasn't pitching in this game, he might be the player of the game. He's looked real sharp in the batter's box tonight.
Well, it's definitely been a pitcher's duel tonight. There's only 5 hits. Mavs have 3. Regina have 2. The difference has been the pitching, the walks.
Shepard will look back, and dinged with a strike there is Yusei Uzawa.
Been a clean game. There haven't been any errors so far.
Yeah, just going along swimmingly. Shepard back into the mitt on the mound. Long look over at Volcano. Staring right through him, and that ball right through the bat of Uzawa for strike 2.
Shepard's got a real good fastball.
And if you're Uzawa and the Mavs, you'd like to add one more run, maybe 2 here. Stretch that lead out a little more. Because with how it stands right now, Regina gets one on, they hit one out, we're all even. Uzawa doesn't bite there. He thought about it. And so the count will be tied at 2s, 2 on, 2 out.
Castellanos pointed down to Reed at third base to check on that check swing, thinking that that was the umpire, and then he pointed to the umpire, Willie Glasgow, behind the pitcher, but he pointed down to Reed, had to check himself.
What do you think Ryan's answer is? This one's going to be hit over to left field. Volcano will not run in. It's going to be hit towards the plate. Good job by Castellanos to get to it. And the bases are loaded. And this presents a weird challenge for the Mavericks because this has been their problem at home. Bases loaded, lots of people in scoring position, and they can't push anyone across the line. Can Jeremy Freeman Jr. crack that habit?
Yeah, he's 0 for 3 tonight. He struck out his last plate appearance. But we don't see too many offers from Jeremy. And definitely adding some runs here, as you mentioned, it's going to give Xander a little bit more comfort to work with.
Yeah, nobody warming up behind Xander, so he's going to get the complete game here if he can get 3 more outs. Freeman hit with a strike there on the first pitch from Shepard. Of course, the defense all playing back here. Freeman shook his head back and forth there. He wasn't a fan of that one. He'll step out and take his time.
Might have been a little bit outside, but it's a pitcher's pitch. And Freeman was good to take that. He couldn't do anything with that curveball.
Ooh. Good play there for Castellanos to jump up. Snatch that one out of the clouds. Shepard. A little shuffle here. Towards Freeman. It's going to miss. Count is knotted at 2s. Not a lot of gaps out there in the field, but you look into left, or more so left center, there's lots of grass out that way. You can see Mont's playing a little further right. That one just high of the zone, and so it'll be a full count here.
Yeah, the outfield's playing Freeman to hit it to the right side, and the left fielder, Tucker, is really quite shallow.
All the runners going to go here, and it doesn't matter. Volcano almost squirreled off towards the dugout. He'll have to tap home plate, and that's run number 3. Freeman didn't have to do anything there. He'll just walk his way over to first base.
Yeah, again, a good at-bat. He was, I believe, down 0-2. The first 2 pitches were strikes. And then patient enough to let Shepard get himself into trouble. That's a 6th walk tonight for Regina, and that's been their nemesis.
Yeah, there haven't been a lot of defects on either side, but the walk's the one for the Red Sox.
Well, Volcano, I think if he gets something close, he's going to turn on it.
Just looking for that fastball as always, and that one will be popped up. And it won't be playable as it goes all the way into the stands and takes a high hop. Of course, the kids will give chase after that. You know, my dad was learning about the Savannah Bananas last night and how if a ball goes into the stands and a fan catches it, it's considered an out.
Yeah.
And he couldn't believe that that was a thing, but they're doing crazy stuff there all the time. I watched a guy do a backflip in center field and catch the ball. I don't care if it's just, you know, a show or for entertainment. If you do a backflip and catch a ball in center field, that is more athletic ability than most major leaguers.
Well, a lot of that is staged too. It's not, a lot of that doesn't take place during the game, but a lot of it is. I mean, they really practice a lot of that. So it's gimmicky baseball, but fans love it because they know they're just going to a game to get entertained. And that's the whole idea about baseball, is you want to be entertained.
And Volcano is going to swing and miss there. That's going to be out number 3. So the Mavericks leave the bases loaded as we enter the 7th, but they do now have a 3-run lead as they get a run in via the walk. Adam Volcano, really only one of the few people who's touched home plate this game, does it for a second time here as we move forward. Well, we're already at that point. The Mavericks 3 outs away from taking the first of this doubleheader. And Matthew Fox will come up for the Sox and try and make sure that that does not happen. The Mavs have a 3-0 lead, and Xander Roberts still out there for his 7th inning of work. Gonna check over it first. He did not go on that, but the Red Sox have looked fooled all night with Roberts' stuff. It seems like they're going out there swinging, hoping to make contact, rather than trying to methodically go after a guy like Roberts, and that's just credit to him being so good.
Yeah, he's been so effective. His changeup has been electric tonight. Matthew Fox has been the star of the game so far for the Red Sox.
And he's going to hit a hard one over to Volcano, into his glove, over to first. There's out number 1. You talk about Fox. That's a good hit there, too. One hopper near Volcano.
Yeah, hit it hard. And he had the double earlier. The Red Sox have only had 2 base runners. Fox hit a double, and Brady Bye, who's up at the plate now, singled. And those are the only 2 base runners. And other than that, it's been 1, 2, 3 innings for Xander Roberts.
Looking to make another one of those happen here is Roberts. Ooh, I'm not sure what that did. That hit the plate? That took a high hop off of something.
Yeah, it hit the back of the plate and just darted up.
And not getting the call there is Roberts.
That was a changeup, and I think Bye gave up on it, and he was lucky it was called a ball.
And Bye doing the same thing there. He quick turn away.
Well, he's begging to get on base.
2-2. This one going to be hit over towards Volcano. He's going to send it into the palm of Roberts' glove, and that is out number 2. And Roberts giving a laugh after that. And he knows that he's 1 out away from a scoreless complete game here against the Red Sox. And you'll see James Wright, who now steps into the batter's box. Roberts already going to send that one low to right, no offering. Yeah, Regina just looking to get base runners here, and they haven't been able to do that, not only in this inning, but all game long. 2 misses there from Roberts as he taps his chest. You could tell he put his hand out almost to tell himself to calm down a little bit. Roberts missing on 3 consecutive here. This might be the most innings that Roberts has pitched in a game for the Mavericks this year. I don't believe he's crept his way into the 7th. And a 4-pitch walk from Roberts. So Wright is ahead, and he will now have to see Castellanos. Still some hope left here for the Red Sox, despite having 2 outs already on the board, and those coming to 2 key hitters in Fox and By. They do have right on, and can Castellanos have a moment? This one going to be hit over to short, into the glove of Volcano, to his brother Aaron at first, and that is out number 3, a complete game shutout for Xander Roberts. Yeah, it's only 7 innings, but that is still impressive as heck as the Mavs ace gets it done, and the Mavs move another game ahead of the Regina Red Sox. Wayne, boy, feels like we just started.
Yeah, that was a quick one, an hour and 38 minutes, or an hour and 40 minutes. A great game by Xander Roberts, only the 1 walk here at the very end. I think he lost concentration a little bit, but boy, a fantastic outing. And, what can you say? It was a pitcher's duel up until the Mavs scored in the 5th inning, or the 4th inning rather, and then after that, Xander just took over and it was shut down.
Yeah, and there's not a whole lot to talk about in this game because there weren't a whole lot of ways that runs were scored. We're so used to going down this long path of all the little nuances that happen. But, there were a couple fly balls, there were a couple ground balls, and there were lots of changeups thrown from Xander Roberts. And on the other end, Aiden Page, he had his fair share of good battles with Maverick hitters and, his fair share of strikeouts as well. And so that's really as basic as this game goes. It is a meat and potatoes game for the first half of our doubleheader.
Well, when you go 7 innings and you only give up 2 hits, no runs, like Xander Roberts did, he was a hot knife through butter tonight. And that was as smooth a game as you're ever going to see from a pitcher. I'm sure his pitch count was under 90 pitches for 7 innings, and what a great performance. Adam Volcano, 2 runs scored for him tonight. And he did exactly what we needed him to do. What we needed somebody to do was get on base. Uzawa with a hit. Jeremy Freeman with a bases-loaded walk for RBIs. And that's basically the game.
That is the game, and we will have one more. So if you were captivated by that action, we're not done yet. We still got 7 more innings, maybe even more than that, of baseball to be played here from Athletic Park. We got a couple of corrections to make field-wise. Just a little bit of grounds crew will take place in between. Fans will be trading places frantically, and we will be back with our second half of this back-to-back. Lots of baseball. Who doesn't love it? See you soon. Well, welcome back to Athletic Park. Fancy seeing you here a second time as we get set for, yes, a rematch of the Mavericks and the Regina Red Sox, which just concluded about 30 minutes ago. A new cast of players on the diamond, or at least in a few areas, and we'll get to those players in a moment. But it is also a new day, technically, but at the same time, no, for these two teams as the Mavericks getting the better of the Red Sox in Game 1, 3-0. Xander Roberts, a complete game shutout with 10 Ks. He was dominant, and I mean dominant. We'll see if we can get that same performance from maybe one of the two pitchers in this game, but it's highly unlikely. Wayne, before we run out of time here, fitting with the song and Timbaland sang, all I got is 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Take us through who's in the lineup.
Okay, this will be quick. Brannigan leading off at short. Monson center field. Fox will be at third base. By is a DH. Right at first base. Jordan Tucker in left field. Castellanos will catch again. Baker at second base. And Jory Graves in right field. For the Mavs, Freeman in center. Aaron Volcano at first. Tyler Venesti, the DH. Carter Roth at third. Johnny Volcano at short. Adam Volcano in left field. Jamal Chabot is catching. And Yuzi Ozawa in right field. Home plate umpire Willie Glasgow at first. Ron Shuchuk at third. Connor Joslin.
So a rotation with the umpires as well as Gary Dornan out there on the mound. And you're probably wondering, you probably didn't have enough time to make graphics. We did for Gary Dornan very quickly here. 3 wins on the year, a 6.53 ERA, 18 Ks. He's gotten a lot better as the season's gone on for the young 18-year-old pitcher from Badlands Academy. He's fitting right into the WCBL.
Yeah, he is. He, as you said, he started slow, but he's just out of high school. And, boy, he's been picking it up lately.
And a swing and a miss there, and there's already the first K of the night for Gary Dornan. Had one of his better outings against Moose Jaw in his last game, where I think he went 4 or 5 innings in that game, and it just looked like a calmer version of Gary Dornan that we hadn't seen yet, and he looks to continue that here and out on the right foot with the strikeout.
Yeah, that's the way you want to start the game. That's what Roberts did last game, and that's what you want to get the leadoff hitter out, not only in the first inning, but every inning. It doesn't always happen. But, boy, it is nice as a pitcher to start off the game that way.
And you mentioned 2 things there, Wayne. Strikeouts and leadoff hitter. Ian Montz had both of those in the last game. Leading off now, he's in the 2 spot, and he struck out 3 times in our game from earlier, hoping to limit that trend that he was on there. Dornan looking to get back to doing the same thing as that's fouled aside.
And you probably noticed our scorebook is working again. So you should see the inning and the pitch count score on your screen.
Well, I'm just noticing here, Wayne, the pitch count actually not showing up for some reason. But Dornan making it easy on everybody as there's a swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts as Mont's down for the 4th time today. First time in this version of Red Sox Mavs.
Well, it's working on my end, but nothing's
it's not appearing in that bottom corner.
Oh, my goodness. Beautiful evening here tonight. Plus 27, 28, and that's about 80 degrees, and a great crowd. Boy, Dornan just attacking that strike zone.
Yeah, he's feeling right at home here. Could be the last time that Dornan pitches in front of the home crowd. At least it will be in the regular season this year, as the Mavericks will just have 2 more games after this. That one going to be foul as it rolled its way down the left field line. But Dornan ahead here 0-2. Maybe learned a thing or two from watching Xander Roberts there. Mavericks have cooked up a clean scouting report, at least from the mound perspective.
Well, Roberts had his changeup was phenomenal, and hopefully Dornan has his off-speed pitches working.
This one's going to be bashed aside. Foul over the left side of the stadium. As Athletic Park continues to fill in here. Some people you'll notice if you are looking around the diamond. I know you don't get a full shot of the stands, but if you see some familiar looks or people wearing certain T-shirts, you could be right. Lots of people have bought tickets to both the game prior and the game now. This one over to Johnny Volcano, picks it up with the dustpan, off to his brother Aaron, and in 2 consecutive games, the Mavs go 1-2-3. Gary Dornan, lightning fast as his squad is in and out. On the mound for the Red Sox is the Des Moines, Iowa native, Jason Moist, new to this team. As we talked about in our last game, we went through some of the new additions, and Moist was on there. He's a graduate student out of Grandview, so he's a veteran player, knows his way around a ball diamond, I'm sure, and we'll see if he knows his way around this Mavericks lineup. Hasn't seen them before. This is his first taste as he gets started with Jeremy Freeman Jr., who pops that one aside. And Wayne mentioned off air, but I'm sure we've mentioned it plenty of times on air. Are the Mavericks going for the record of fastest game? What are they rushing towards? This has been uncharacteristic of baseball in general and of the WCBL this season as Freeman chips another one aside.
Well, it all starts with your pitching. If your pitchers are throwing strikes, you're going to have quick games because you're going to get those ground balls, some fly ball outs, and some strikeouts. So last game, that's what happened. And this game, it seems to be following the same pattern.
Moist will miss there. The catcher behind the plate, still Castellanos for this game. So lots of work for Castellanos. He's going to need an ice bath. 14 innings of bending down. Moist, another one that's picked up off the dirt. Just 2 pitchers used for the Red Sox in last game. Those being Shepard and Page. And not going after anything there is Freeman. He stays put.
That's good to see. Working back from an 0-2 count. It is a full count.
Pitch from Moist, and it's a walk to Freeman. Got one of those in his last at-bat of last game, which churned in another run, the third of the night. And it didn't really matter whether they had 1, 2, or 3. They would have won regardless. But yeah. Freeman on the base path early here. We'll see if he even ponders stealing. Uzawa with a steal in last game. It's good, Wayne, because usually you got to think back to, a couple days before or maybe even a week before at times. We get to think back to a couple minutes ago, so it's a good turnover. Here's Moist. Ooh, right at the belly of Volcano as he pulls aside.
A little bit of Cirque du Soleil move there by Volcano.
Looking for
Not
a
much
gut
for
punch.
artistic impression, but he would have scored well on the fold of the belly.
Here's Volcano. That one's going to drop into right field for a base hit. Freeman's got great wheels as he's off to third, and he's in there without a contest. And if things are staying on theme, that's because it's the exact same lineup up until this point. Tyler Vanesti batting 3. Carter Roth will be batting 4. Things could get a little bit murkier once we get past that point, but we will let you, ponder and guess to who might be in what spots for the Mavericks. We can tell you one thing. The prediction about a new catcher being in the game for the Mavs is correct. It is Jamel Chabot for this one. Babiuk went for a couple innings yesterday. King and Chabot, they continue that same pattern that has helped them so much so far this season. There's a pitch from Moist. This one is hit high. It's got some carry, but it's going to stay in the park, and it looked like it got held up by some wind there. Freeman in to score. Off the bat, that looked better than it did in the air.
Yeah, it didn't go very far. It looked like it might have a chance to get over one of the outfielders, but really they both had to end up coming in to catch it.
And that wind that usually blows from left to right here, I'm looking at the flag down the right field line, and it's stable. It ain't moving any way at all. So that will be a factor tonight, that extra little oomph on that side is not in play. Here comes Carter Roth, Mavericks. Already off to a 1-0 lead here. Got one hit on the board as well. One over at first. And, of course, the one out. Ooh, and runner going to take off here down to second and may get third. Volcano's off there, and he will walk into third.
A little bit of a delayed steal by Aaron Volcano. He didn't take off right away. He went from his secondary lead and totally caught Castellanos by surprise, and he airmailed it. Volcano, watching the throw sail over his head, easily got up and got into third.
Well, we'll see if this is something the Mavericks cue on. I know that's probably not a typical throw from Castellanos, but thinking back to a couple games ago against Moose Jaw, Jamel Chabot was behind the plate. Things weren't in rhythm that night for him throwing-wise, and Moose Jaw, they typically steal a lot. They probably stole twice as many times in that game. We'll see if Medicine Hat has a similar trend. Moist. That one off the bat of Roth. Good play over there at second base. That was hot, and Volcano in to score. So an RBI awarded to Roth, and the bases will be cleared now. The Mavs have a 2-0 lead with 2 out.
Aaron had a little bit of a brain freeze at third base. He didn't take off until the second baseman fielded the ball. On a ball hit to the right side, he's got to go right away, and he hesitated quite a long time, and then he really burned it to get home.
Well, I saw his brother Adam carrying some ice during the break, and, maybe he got too close to Aaron, and it impacted him on that play as that's over towards first, and there's the out. Volcano couldn't run there in time, but the Mavericks put up 2 quick ones on the board here, and they're off to an early 2-0 lead here in our second game of tonight's doubleheader. And we're back in the second inning. 2 runs on the board for the Mavs and number 2 at the plate, and that is Brady Bye. We really haven't seen his impact yet in this game, and right on cue, that's what all-stars do. Into center field goes Brady Bye. First hit of this game for the Red Sox. Brady Bye, a special player, and I'm not sure if he's going to be able to come back. He's only a junior. He might be able to go play elsewhere next year. Who knows what he's going to decide. But Brady Bye, if he stays in this league, he's one to watch as he gets older and older and more mature.
Yeah, this is a good league for him. He fits right in. He's one of the better players in the league.
Dornan gives up his first hit of the night, and then he gets a swing and a miss on the next pitch.
And really, very few of these guys will ever go to pro. Even fewer will ever make the big leagues. So you want to enjoy your time while you can play at a high competitive level. And this is the best level for most of these players. And it's probably going to be the highest level for most of these players.
And Wayne, I'd asked you a separate time about, pitchers and hitters, and we were talking about who might have a chance to go pro, and you said that pitchers have a way higher chance. One, obviously there's more, but what were your other reasons for that? As there's a swing and a miss, Dornan getting that.
Well, there's so many injuries to pitchers, number one. And, the opportunities, if you look at the major leagues, half of your team has to be pitchers. And that's the same down in the minor leagues. So, you got a 26-man roster, 13 positions as a pitcher. So your opportunities are far greater.
And you still do see players from the WCBL make the MLB. Andrew Kittredge, all-star reliever when he was with Tampa, still knocking around the MLB.
But, when you look at the one or two that have made it, there was a pitcher, Jim, forget his name. He was a relief pitcher from Milwaukee out of Okotoks.
And Dale isn't going to be able to get to that one. Bye will stop up over at second. There'll be 2 on here for the Red Sox as they punch back here in the top of the second.
When you look at all the players that have come through the WCBL and how few actually do get a cup of coffee in the Major League of Baseball, the odds are really against you.
Well, I was looking a couple of days ago, and to you listeners, this might not have any effect, but I came across the name Titus Dimitru, and I'm going, Titus Dimitru, I think I've seen that name. He was an Okotoks Dog just a couple of seasons back, so it is possible, but he hasn't even played an MLB game yet. He's just being traded around as a piece within baseball.
Yeah.
It is tough to make the major leagues, and you can be the best of the best in your said league and never get close. You have to be an anomaly. Dornan here with a strike, and now looking to add a second, that one rather a ball. Moving up.
But it's huge entertainment. Look at the fans that come out in Medicine Hat for the Mavs games. It's a fun way to spend the summer.
Lots of fans having fun out there tonight, especially down on that ground level, packed from end to end. And, that has been a huge feature. We mentioned it a lot more last year, the addition of the ground level seating, going out with your staff, going out with a former team or a current team that you're a part of, and being able to celebrate a night right up close to the action. It's a real cool place to sit. As this one's going to get into left field, all runners will park up, and that is a bases loaded single now for Jordan Tucker.
That was a good pitch by Dorn, and it got right in on the hands of Tucker, but he was able to just get it over the infield. None of the balls have been hit that hard this inning. Probably the hardest hit one was Bye's up the middle, but a little sneaky roller that got by Blake Dale at second, and then this little duck snort over the third baseman.
And Wayne, I do want to ask about your theory, or maybe you have proof here about the doubleheader. You've spoken in the past about doubleheaders, they're usually a split.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, the probability of winning a doubleheader is only 25%, and that's just how probability works. The odds of winning the first game are 50% or 1/2. The odds of winning the second game are 50% or 1/2. So the odds of winning the first and the second is 1/2 times 1/2. I'm a former math teacher. 1/2 times 1/2 is 1/4. So you only have a 25% probability of winning both.
Well,
Now it does happen, but it doesn't happen very often.
Well, Wayne, I'm glad I met you in the broadcast booth and not in the classroom, because I'm sure you would not have been a fan of me in math class. Math's looking good for Dornan. 1 ball versus 2 strikes. That's a good-looking count for him.
What you'd like here is a strikeout or a pop up to the infield, and then you can hope for the double play after that.
Here it comes from Dornan, and it's going to be put into center field, and it's going to drop. So 1 run in for the Red Sox, and it is a 1-run game just like that. And you talk about that. It's not hard-hit balls right now, Wayne. It's little flares like that one into center field. And for Dornan, you can't be beating yourself up about giving up a couple of hits, because it's not like they're all over him, but they're just getting enough of it. So Gary will head back to the mound with no outs here. Nobody warming up behind him, and nobody warming up on the Regina side either, of course. It's early in the game.
He's been getting ahead of the hitters and getting up on them, and maybe his out pitch is a little bit too good. And they're able to put the bat on the ball rather than a complete miss.
Up now is who I believe is Sam Baker. Baker didn't play in the last game.
Yes, it is Baker.
He's the only new batter that has been added to this lineup for the Red Sox. Of course, the order's changed. Good play by Chabot there to get that one. Dornan with a quick first. Different flow to things here in the second. 1-1 the count. Nobody out yet. And the bases piled high. Gary still hasn't found anything he likes. Now he's got it. Here comes the stride from Dornan, and he gets a swing and a miss. And, I had a good chat with Gary pregame, not about this game, but about baseball in general. Gary, a Blue Jays fan, so he's obviously watching them. And he says that he's super intrigued with the players that the Blue Jays are calling up, because it seems like every time they call somebody up, they find a way to get hot right away. And, he enjoys seeing that from players that, he's never heard of before.
Well, the Blue Jays have been a fun team to watch this year. And, I think even if you're a Yankees fan, you have to admire how good the Blue Jays are.
No.
That's a definite no.
Definite no. But in talking about the Blue Jays, we got off on, a tangent about MLB players that Gary likes, as he likes that one, a swing and a miss right there as he gets Baker up high. And he said that Jared Jones on the Pittsburgh Pirates is one of his favorite players. Now, I had really never heard of Jared Jones before, but he's a guy that throws high 90s, low 100s, and he had to get Tommy John this year, but an intriguing young pitcher, 25 years old within the Pirates system. And Gary says that that's one of his go-to pitchers to watch.
Yeah, I've never heard of him either. There's that strikeout that they needed. Bunt attempt by Graves, or a fake bunt attempt.
And for Graves, the bunt might not be bad. He had a tough last game, couldn't make contact. Something to get him in rhythm here, like a bunt, is not the worst call.
Yeah, he only had 2 at-bats, but he struck out both times.
He might have struck out on 6 pitches between those two as he fouls that aside. And, for Graves, he's a guy who hasn't been in the lineup a lot. And that can be tough to get into a rhythm when there's no place to do that. I mean, he's been in 12 games this year and has only had 17 at-bats. there's not been
Yeah.
a lot of flow or consistency to his season.
Well,
Gary's-
you're trying to catch up all the time.
And a strikeout there. Didn't even try to catch up to that one as Dornan goes low and he gets Graves looking.
Well, we've seen this happen with the Mavs several times this year. You get bases loaded and you only score 1 run. Bases loaded, nobody out. And you come away with 1 run and you always think, is that going to come back to bite us? And it has a couple of times this year. And the Red Sox are right there now. They had bases loaded, nobody out, and have only scored 1 run.
And for Dornan, you think back to his last appearance in Moose Jaw. He had some times where there were guys in the scoring position or it looked like the Miller Express were putting on a charge. And, he just calmed the waters.
Yeah.
Asking an 18-year-old to do that is not easy. He has always taken the bull by the horns and made the best of it.
Well,
Swing
that
and a
one
miss
game,
there.
he came in relief earlier on in the season. And I think there was obviously runners on base. I don't know if it was bases loaded. And he came in, and that was a high-pressure situation. I believe it was the 9th inning.
It was the 9th inning. I think he
And,
was more nervous for the interview after
Yeah.
than being on the mound in front of all those people.
And he just did an amazing job, shut it down, and got the 2 outs. I think he had to get 2 outs.
Looking for one more here. This one along the ground. Blake Dale's got it in his glove. Over to first,
Wow.
and Gary Dornan from down in the dumps to rising above as he gets 3 consecutive outs, and he puts the Regina runners on hold. Only 1 run comes in to score, and Wayne, you mentioned it. Giving away those opportunities, it's something we've seen with the Mavericks this year, and Regina getting a little bit of taste of it for themselves here at Athletic Park. We'll be right back after a quick word from Igniter Tickets. Adam Volcano kicks things off here in the bottom of the 2nd inning after what was probably our longest inning of the night in the top half of the 2nd. And out of that comes just 1 run for the Regina Red Sox, who are definitely hungry for more, and they weren't able to be equal to Gary Dornan's firepower that he brought, especially towards the end of that inning. A gutsy finish to that for Gary. Here's Moist back on the mound.
And it's innings like that that really help a pitcher develop mentally, not so much physically, but mentally. They realize, hey, I've got out of this before, I can get out of it again.
Volcano, dirt kicking up as he shuffled to the side. And should mention, different look behind home plate in this game. I know Wayne said it off the top, but Willie Glasgow behind the plate. And it's interesting. With the turnover from the game, players are going to be so used to seeing and reading one strike zone. Now they probably got to change their perspective on what a strike is and what it isn't with a new guy there.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's not going to be the same for both umpires.
And I'm sure they've learned throughout the season some of these umpires' tendencies as there's a walk for Adam Volcano and Jamel Chabot will come up. But it is interesting that, you get an umpire in here who you haven't seen all season long and you're not aware of what it's going to look like. And a player will get up there in his first at-bat and be shocked at a couple of the calls that, could still be the right calls.
Yeah, and the hitters have to adjust to the umpire. And some umpires will call a pitch that's a little bit outside. They'll call it a strike.
Oh, and Jamel Chabot strikes there as he pounces on it and hits it into center field. And Jamel Chabot, at the start of the year, the bat, it was here and it was there. Now he's found a different clip. He's starting to smash the ball all over. And Blake Dale will come up with 2 on and nobody out. And the Mavericks just saw what the Red Sox did with a similar look. Can they reverse this and use the runners to their advantage?
The thing I like about Chabot is he's not waiting for a perfect pitch. He gets a pitch that he thinks he can hit, and he hits it hard. And you don't want to wait too long.
Dale spins around there. Little dance revolution action in the box.
Well, he's going to square the bunt because he wants to move the runners up and let Uzawa come up with runners on second and third. The Mavs need to add to their lead. The corners are playing in, double play depth for the middle infielders.
Dale showed bunt there, then he pulls away. The one good thing for the Mavericks, at least statistically, is, especially after Adam Volcano last game, we don't have an official batting average from now as our stat sheets are officially old. We'll try and give you an update as soon as possible, but nobody on this Mavericks squad is batting below 210. I mean, that is not a luxury that really any team has. This
Great
one bunted.
Great bunt.
Moist couldn't pull it, and I mean, I don't blame him for holding on to that. That could have been a lot worse, but for Blake Dale, you could hear Wayne hollering in the back, great bunt. Sure was. Bases are loaded as a result.
Yeah, he gathered it well, but then he lost the handle when he brought it up to make the transfer. And good decision by him not to throw it. You throw that away and you're going to have at least 2 runners score, and Blake Dale will end up on third. So a sack bunt.
And this is a guy that you'd like to see at the plate in Yusei Uzawa. He's probably the Mavs' best hitter. You could argue him or Adam Volcano in the last game. And I just want to make a note. We always talk about the games around the league throughout these broadcasts, keep you in on what's going on. Point streak, I think, is down universally right now.
Oh, is it?
So
okay.
There are no updated scores around the league. The last showing of any score is from last game between these two, and in the bottom of the 4th inning when it was 0-0. That's the only thing that shows. So I'm not sure if that specific game created this domino effect where everybody's out now, but we apologize if it is. But nothing working in the scoring department.
Oh.
Uzawa, great play, tap on first. Run will come in to score, so there's the first out. And a nifty play there with the glove by James Wright.
Yeah, good play. That just about got by him. But good at bat for Uzawa. He gets himself another RBI.
And up is the center fielder and all-star Jeremy Freeman Jr., native of Chicago, Illinois. He's got 2 in scoring position here. And the story of Freeman's season is athleticism. Every time he comes up to the plate, he is an athlete, as that one is sent out over to right field. Runner thought about going, and instead, Chabot will move back, maybe a bit of a decoy over at third. But back to what I was saying about Freeman. We see the plays in center field. We see how he runs. We see how he bats as well in terms of, the power that he exudes when he drives the ball. Just a pure athlete. And I think outside of baseball, I don't know what his history around sports are. I could probably go and look in my book that's next to me. But you can tell there's a real athletic build there.
Well, the good thing about speed is that it's effective in all sports. And especially in baseball, you may not have the batting that you want every day, but boy, speed never goes in a slump.
And Freeman hasn't gone in a lot of those in general, batting-wise even. But the last 2 games here in this little set, he has looked like he's slumped a little bit. And as I was mentioning about Freeman, he was indeed a basketball and football player.
Aaron Volcano, here we go.
Into second, they're probably going to get him, and they do. So 2 runs still come across the score, and Wayne laughing the whole way around. That's what Aaron Volcano does. He bashes the ball, and that time not able to use his speed to get all the way to second base. They get him on the tag, but he drives in a couple more runs, and it is 5-1 for the Mavericks. And while we have a chance, let's take a look at our second head-to-head, but our first of this game, and that's between 2 pitchers. Aiden Page, relief pitcher, starter. He does a bit of both. A 4.46 ERA on the season for the Red Sox, 45 strikeouts in just over 40 innings. This was put together before his game today, so none of those stats updated. They are for Ryan Dexter, who hasn't pitched in a bit. 3 ERA on the year, 13 strikeouts, only 12 innings pitched, but above a strikeout per inning is pretty good for Dexter, who last season, that would not have been the case, but some real development for the Ontario native that is tonight's head-to-head, and we will be back after a word from Centennial Storage. And a bunt attempt down right into the glove of Roth. Well played. He read that all the way, had his GPS on it. There's out number 1. And quicker than the first out last inning for Gary Dornan and company, and I'm sure Gary will take that and be in a better spot here. But boy, did he spot the Mavs well after the last inning. It looked like they were in trouble with the bases full and a storm of brewing. Gary Dornan came in and he calmed things.
Well, it's good to see the Mavs come back and put 3 on the board, because a 2-1 score isn't very secure in this league. We always say no lead is too small and no lead is too big.
And no lead is ever safe.
No, and no lead is ever safe.
Dornan couldn't get a bite there, but he gets a strike instead. Batter at the plate for the Red Sox is the always dangerous Matthew Fox, who was the one bright spot last inning. You know, it seemed like we watched some fatigue take place, especially in innings 5, 6, and 7 for the Red Sox. But Matthew Fox, an aggressive player out there, just like that swing, and a guy that just never gives up. He's got great hustle.
Yeah, he played a very good game. You know, to me, as I mentioned, he was the star of the first game for the Red Sox. Very good at short, and they moved him to third this game. It's a little easier to play.
And when you mention stars, as that's pushed aside by Fox, there's an all-star that isn't in this game for the Red Sox, and that's Raphael Jackson. He's still on their roster according to Point Streak. You know, changes can be made. Today's the official deadline for adding players, so you'd hope you aren't going to lose a position player on a day like this. But Jackson, a key part of the Red Sox outfield. He's a speed threat, and he's a great hitter for average as well. He's a guy they're going to miss if he's out for longer.
It might be a scheduled day off for him. I don't know when that became a thing, these scheduled days off, but they're becoming more common, especially in the big leagues.
Well, I hate to switch sports, but the NBA really
Yeah.
was the pioneer for that. Players sitting out for a maintenance day or a rest day,
Yeah.
and it's kind of trickled down into all sports except for hockey. Hockey's kind of stayed separate from that. Goalies maybe not playing as much, but that's a topic for another time, and we'll stick to baseball here as we're back on the mound with Dornan in the 2-2 count. Fox, this one right above our heads, and carried a little bit further this time down towards the merchandise shack. Dornan from a long ways away from here.
Yeah, the other side of the country. Oh, he tried to change up, just got it too high.
Full count. Fox would like to work this, especially with Brady Bye awaiting on deck. James Wright is over in the hole. So some good power in this part of the lineup for the Sox. And Fox is going to send this one airborne. Over in center field is Freeman, and that is out number 2. And with Fox down, that'll bring up Brady Bye with 2 outs.
That was a good battle between Dornan and Fox. Fox fouled off 3 or 4 pitches to stay alive. It went to full count, and then a good pitch by Dornan. Good fastball. Gets the fly ball out.
Dornan, Bye one offer. Bye's got a signature turnaway that we've seen him do a couple of times. You can tell he's eager to hit, and when it's not in his spot, he doesn't want to see it. This one has good push to it. Does it have enough? All the way at the wall, and it's over. Brady Bye, a solo shot, and the home run machine continues. Bye has had a great season this far. That's the reason he was in the home run derby, and he makes this just a 3-run game.
Yeah, you couldn't really tell by the trajectory of the ball, but by the sound of the ball off the bat, it did have that certain distinctive crack, and you could tell he hit it well.
Well, and sometimes, yeah, the outfielder's body language can tell.
Yeah.
And Freeman walked that thing all the way to the wall. He thought he had a chance to maybe go up and get it, and Bye with a little bit more of a push. And that is not because of the wind. That is pure strength and getting that one over.
Yeah, he didn't hit it over by much, but you don't have to.
There's a strike from Dornan as he tries to get back to it. Brady Bye, Sask kid, played both minor baseball and hockey in White City. It's close to Regina out there.
Yeah, just a little bit east.
He played for the White Butte Broncos for most of his life. That went into Jeremy Freeman Jr.'s hands in center field for the 3rd out. So the Red Sox, they get one back, and they needed it from their guy. Brady Bye goes bye-bye over the right center field fence. And the Red Sox make this a 3-run game here on the road.
So he might.
Tyler Vanesti. Ooh, this one has some jump to it. That one is gone. A home run for Tyler Vanesti, right to the spot where Brady Bye hit it out. He sends one the same way, and the Mavs up their lead right back to 4.
Boy, he had good bat speed on that when he made contact. You could tell that thing had lots of oomph.
And Wayne, what is this celebration called? Just because I like to hear you say it.
Oh, the jump bump.
The jump bump takes place after Tyler Vanesti's big fly. Haven't seen that a lot lately. There haven't been a lot of balls flying out of Athletic Park, at least on the Mavs side, but one apiece tonight.
Yeah.
None in the last game, 2 here within a 2-hitter span.
Yeah, we saw Moose Jaw hit a few against us. We just didn't hit as many as we were hoping.
Carter Roth will take that pitch for ball 1, and Moist can't be happy with giving up 1 after his team crawls a little bit closer. You need to have a shutdown inning here, or you would have hoped for that. Moist adjusting his glove there, maybe rather the ball inside of his glove. Roth waiting for it, and he's looking for a hit or maybe a walk here as he's got a good count. It's 3-0. And Roth does get a walk. 4 pitches, that is. And there is some shuffling going on down in the Red Sox bullpen. We'll see if we can get a name on who's warming up. It's a number 30 on the back of the jersey, and so that's James Adcox from Louisiana State, Shreveport. Another Shreveport guy maybe added into this game today. Of course, we talked about Ian Montz. And then, of course, Calvin Shepard in relief last game. So a couple of relievers from the same spot as Volcano there with a strike. And Volcano hasn't broken out in any of these 2 games yet, Wayne. You know the magic words. He's probably due.
Yeah, he just came back last night, I believe, didn't he?
Volcano's going to pop that one up. Should be playable over at short. And then it was maybe misread there for a second. And it was finally brought down to the last moment by Brannigan.
Yeah, you want to get out beyond the ball so that the ball comes to you, but just a little bit too much by Brannigan.
So Adam Volcano is up to bat with Roth on first. Just the one out here. Red Sox will be looking for a double play ball that they can turn. Roth's got good speed. Volcano's speed pretty underrated as well. All 3 brothers run fairly well. Volcano takes that for a ball. And you know, when working close to the batters here, it seems like Moist just hasn't been getting that pitch up enough. He's dipping it down, and you know, as a result, there's been no swing. This one off the toe end of the bat.
That was a good slider from Moist.
Man, they're really putting Luis Diaz to work tonight. Good thing he's not eligible to pitch. Ooh, he thought about throwing that one into the stands there, then realized there might be some, negative feedback. Missing again and twirling himself around is Moist. And I don't know if Adcox is ready down there. I know he threw a couple of pitches, but I think he'd be standing outward if he was ready, and he's sitting back with some of his other fellow bullpen counterparts. Moist swing and a miss there from Adam Volcano. It looks like someone did get that ball, as I can see a guy with blue Crocs running up into the stands right now, and I think Diaz must have thrown that up to him. 2-2 the count here to Volcano. He'll shield this one aside into right valve territory. There's been a lot more to that right side foul-wise tonight. Not a lot of pulls off to the left for these right-handed hitters.
Well, most of the pitchers have had good fastballs, and that was a changeup. And right at the last second, Volcano realized, I've got to get a bat on this. So it was a little bit inside, and it was a jam shot off to the right side.
Trying to use some magnetic force to bring that back in was Moist.
Yeah, he wanted that curveball to break more, but he started it too high and inside.
Moist. Right to his body as he sends it towards the plate, and he's not going to get it. Moist with a confused look on his face, his body language showing the same, going hand in hand here. And, you know, I don't blame him for that kind of reaction, especially from a pitcher's perspective. You're obviously going to feel like you're going to get a call on a pitch that was pretty good.
Well, the thing is, that's his 4th walk tonight in 3 innings. And we said earlier in the first game is that if you're around the plate all the time, you're going to get those pitches called for strikes. But if you're walking guys and behind all the time, those pitches aren't going to go your way, and that's exactly what happened.
And there'll be a quick chat on the mound here. I believe that's pitching coach Stephen Butts out there. So a long talk here with Moist. He's going to be left out there. And interesting, it hasn't been head coach Rai Pathakis who's come out to the mound a lot tonight. It has been sending another member of his crew. And funny enough, I don't even know. There's Rai down there right now walking around the dugout. Rai been a member of this Regina squad for years. And not only is he a coach, but he handles a lot of the managerial duties on the side too. So he is a massive part of this organization. Probably part of the reason that Moist is here right now.
Yeah, they've got that pipeline to Shreveport. I think that walk out to the mound might have been more of a talk to the head plate umpire. Because when Glasgow went out there, the coach was talking to him on the way back. And I think it was more just to ask him about some of those close pitches. But that's baseball.
Moist will mosey his way on down to the mound. Count is 0-2. There's some off and on pitching going on down in the bullpen. Adcock's like a teenage driver, stopping and starting and stopping and starting.
Yeah, there's nobody really warming up.
Swing and a miss there as 3 straight pitches get Chabot. Chabot with an aggressive approach this time around, and doesn't work in his favor. Moist will now see Blake Dale for the 2nd time.
Lots of kids at the park tonight.
Yeah, you come from the fairgrounds to here. That's a nice 1-2 punch.
Well, I've seen a lot of kids in uniform here tonight as well, so maybe there's a Little League tournament going on. There's lots of Little League teams in Medicine Hat.
Dale's going to hold off on that one. Yeah, baseball always going on. Aside, even when the Mavericks are out of town or not playing, the sport always lives on. And it's good to have a team like the Mavericks, and obviously previously the Medicine Hat Blue Jays. It's an example for these kids to go after. You know, everybody wants to be a Maverick when you're a young ball player in Medicine Hat. And, you know, the longer this team is playing at this high of a level, the more that those kids strive to become that. Blake Dale. Nice looking count here as it's 2-0. 2 outs, though, as Dale's going to ground this one. And a little bit of a decoy there. They're going to go to second, and they're going to get the force. A good play at the last second there from Brannigan. Looked like he did have a bit of trouble seeing that ball as it made its way through Roth's legs. But the out is managed, so the Red Sox will hold a couple of Mavericks runners on the base path. And the lead now 4 thanks to Tyler Vanesti and a solo shot.
So top of the fourth inning, Dornan will be facing Jordan Tucker. That pitch misses low and outside. Tucker singled through the left side, his first plate appearance. Mavs have 6 runs on 4 hits. That ball is hit hard, but Freeman's going to get underneath it. Makes the easy catch out in right center field. That'll be the first out. Daniel Castellanos coming to the plate. He singled up the middle, had an RBI. Moose Jaw had a great opportunity in the second inning. Bases loaded, nobody away, and they managed to only score 1 run. That pitch fouled straight back. On deck is Sam Baker. Dornan, who's from Nova Scotia, or I'm sorry, from the Maritimes. I believe Nova Scotia is in the Maritimes, but played his high school baseball at Badlands Academy, just about 2 hours north of Medicine Hat. Nolan Radai does a great job up there.
Yeah, Dornan from Moncton. I'm sure you just mentioned that.
Yes, the Maritimes.
Dornan back on the rubber here. Good count, 1 and 2. I saw the fly ball just from distance.
Oh, good pitch.
Yeah, Dornan roaring down the pipe here. He's been great at locating the zone tonight, and the contact that he's gave up has just been soft contact that's found some green grass. Outside of the by home run, he has been superb.
Yeah, the Red Sox have 5 hits, but only 1 was hit hard. Count is 2-0.
Dornan flaring the glove here as he steps towards home plate, and that one going to be sent aside. Foul ball. You know, I think Gary's really enjoyed his summer. I think lots of the guys within this Mavericks system have taken him under their wing, and you know, he is the youngest guy of the group, so it's hard to blend in, but I think not only do they really like Gary for his personality, but I think they respect him a lot as well as a young guy who just wants to learn and wants to put an ear to the ground and figure out how to work not only in this league, but when he goes off and plays college next year.
Well, he started this season being underage as a 17-year-old, and he's now 18, so he can actually have a drink legally. For those of you in the U.S. where the age limit is 21, in Canada it's 18.
Yeah, always a big milestone up here. But that's not in all provinces. You go down to Ontario, I believe it's 19 over there.
There's only one province that's 19. It might be Quebec.
Could be wrong. I thought Ontario was that way as well. As Chabot is going to run into the batter there, and that'll be out number 3. I think that's the second time that Chabot has randomly ran into something and it's worked in his favor within this season. Good awareness from Chabot, and it works in his favor that time.
change that.
Yusei Ozawa, the leadoff batter for the bottom of the fourth inning for the Mavericks. 4-run lead here. They're being out hit by the Red Sox, but not by much. 5-4 in favor of Regina. That one going to be a ball as it bounces aside. Still not a lot of warming up going on that Regina side, and I'm not sure if that's because they feel like this game's already slipped away. It's only a 4-run game, or if they feel like Moist has, found and turned over a new leaf.
Well, I think the one thing that Regina wants to make sure of is that they stay ahead of Moose Jaw, and I think they have Moose Jaw coming up tomorrow and the day after.
Yeah, that is going to be a dogfight, and we've already seen, I believe we've seen the benches unload in that series already. So not only is there bad blood on the field, but maybe potentially off it as well when those emotions get high.
Well, I'm sure with the Regina Pats and the Moose Jaw Warriors junior hockey teams, there's lots of fans that travel back and forth, and there's probably a lot of the same fans in baseball.
Yeah, and speaking of the Regina Pats, you say going to head over to second here. We'll get back to that in a moment, and no tag there is flying right up above him was the second baseman, and so you say in there. But the Regina Pats, you talk about young players in this league. We talked about Gary Dornan, who's, he's an affiliate player, so in many cases he wouldn't be playing in this league, but his skill level has allowed him to, and the Mavericks gave him a chance. The Regina Pats doing something similar with a guy named Maddox Schultz, who's like 15 years old and is going to get a chance to play in their system, and he is a sensational young hockey prospect that I'm sure Moose Jaw Warrior fans will not be liking, but many of these Regina guys I'm sure will be watching the Pats. Lots of local Regina kids on this Red Sox team.
Well, he's the next Connor Bedard, Gavin McKenna.
You bet.
Maddox Schultz will be the next superstar in junior hockey.
I think they're coming out the woodworks these days with players that are up next. The talent that is starting to make its way into some of these big leagues is phenomenal, and it's great for all sports. And in the WCBL's case, Gary Dornan, one of those players that if he sticks around in this league throughout the years, he could be on that list for Western Canadian baseball.
I think we've adopted him in Alberta, haven't we? We've adopted him as being a true Albertan.
I would say so.
He just needs to get bit by a rattlesnake, and then he knows he's here for sure.
Well, I've never done that, and I've lived here my whole life. Ground ball. And it's going to be an out to Freeman at first, picked up there by Brannigan. So confusing with the position shifting here, looking around, and Brannigan, he's at second last game, and now he's at short. Fox sliding over to that third base side.
And Freeman, his job was to get Uzawa to third base, and he ended up pulling the ball, and Uzawa couldn't get to third on the ball hit to short.
And a throwback over, and he's safe. Ooh, that was awfully close there at second. I thought there was a chance for Baker to get him, and he must have just missed on the tag.
Yeah, the throw was a little bit off to the side, or they would have had Uzawa. That was a time play that came from the catcher. And usually what the catcher will do is he'll just hold his glove up and then just flop it down. And that's the key for the pitcher to throw to second.
Volcano, this one is into orbit. All the way back to the wall, right at it, and it's going to be caught. Uzawa's going to tag, hustle his way to third. He's going to slide in there, and Volcano thought that he had enough to get it over that back fence, but it just ends up shy.
Well, and that's the difference of Freeman getting the runner to third. If he gets Uzawa to third on his at-bat, that's a sac fly, and that's another run.
Tyler Vanesti with a chance to put in another run here. That would be back-to-back innings. In the last, he put himself across the plate. Uzawa's over at third. He looks to get him. Vanesti on the first pitch is going to foul it off his leg.
Yeah, he was fooled on that curveball from Moist. Tried to check his swing.
Vanesti going to shake that one off. He took one off the foot in the All-Star game as well. He's been hit by a couple pitches this year.
Yeah,
I think
a
it's
lot.
near the most in the league.
Yeah, he's been hit by at least 10 pitches, 10 or 11.
Moist back into the glove, and time's going to be called here. I'm not sure by who. Vanesti will walk out, and my guess is it's probably by Vanesti. Here comes the pitch. TV is going to foul that one off, and didn't quite reach the Red Sox dugout, just shy.
Yeah, Moist keeps throwing that curveball in on him, and that pitch was even in further. And Vanesti is having a hard time laying off of that pitch.
If you're Moist here, you might just lay one down in the dirt. Same sort of formula. See if you can get him to bite.
Well, 0-2, you don't want to make it too good. That one wasn't too good. It wasn't even close, but you could see it was going to be another curveball. And Vanesti's a smart hitter. I think he might be waiting for that pitch if it's going to come again.
That may have changed his game plan. Vanesti sends this one over into center field, and under it on that side is going to be Brannigan. That'll be the third out. So Uzawa stays stranded here, and he couldn't get over to third base quick enough, and that's part of the reason why the score remains 6-2 here. And while we move on from this inning, let's take a look at a guy who was left on third base. That's Yusei Uzawa from Chiba, Japan. We talked about it in the last game. He's committed to Butler Community College next year. Weighs 170 pounds, a 5'7" frame. Not the biggest guy, but you see it in his speed. That's what it allows him to do. He's more agile on the base path, and he plays a majority of his ball in the outfield, but we've seen him in that shortstop role as well. Yusei Uzawa, a treat to have in the lineup and a treat to watch. Gary Dornan out for his fifth inning of work, and he'll start it off with a ball. So I'm not sure if he's going to go all 7 like we saw with Roberts, but if he's pitching like this, why not? I mean, he's given himself the green light to stay in as long as possible, and, you know, on the rest that he's had, you might as well keep the young right-hander out there as he gets a swing and a miss.
Yeah, nice curveball from Gary on a 1-0 count.
And Jory Graves has had a tough 2-game stretch here. Let's see if he can break out of it. Graves, another swing and a miss. It just feels like Graves has been behind all night with some of the pitches that have been flying by his way.
Yeah, he hasn't had a good night.
And Graves going to make contact there and into center field.
Well, he wasn't having a good night until now.
I went a little bit higher than Dornan probably would have wanted it, and Graves cued.
Yeah, that was one of the harder hit balls tonight outside of the 2 home runs.
So Zaid Brannigan, chance to continue this flow here for the Regina Red Sox. 1 on already. Can they fill up the bases once again, and this time break through on their opportunity? Dornan just hunting that first out. Brannigan along the ground. This could be 2. Flip play. Volcano to first, and they're going to get him. A double play to perfection as they go 4-6-3.
Yeah, nice turn by Volcano. Good feed from Blake Dale. 4 pitches, 2 outs.
Dornan looking for one more against Ian Mons. And Wayne, Mons in this game still hasn't found the spark that he's been looking for, and especially after a rough last one where he was 0 for 3.
Yeah, he's 0 for 2 again tonight. Struck out his first at bat and then grounded out to Roth at that little bunt play, I believe he tried.
Mons turns that one too far and it's foul. We wish we could give you the scores around the league right now, but we still have no update on what is going on with Point Streak. We'll see if we can find, maybe via social media, what some of those scores are, because I know everyone around the league, of course, curious. I could tell you one thing about the 57s game. I know that Wilmer Enriquez has hit a home run tonight. I do not know the exact score, as their social media had not been updated to that point. We'll check in as they play the Berries tonight. One of those classic Saskatchewan battles. And it looks to be 4-2 right now for the Berries. That was the last time the game was updated. And that was in the bottom of the 5th. That was about 8 minutes ago. So that's probably still the score. Berries in front, looking to clinch first in the East.
Well, I think they must have first clinched already, don't they?
I think they need one more game, as clinching the strikeout there is Gary Dornan. 5 innings, just 2 earned runs to his name, and what a night it has been for the youngster. Carter Roth, the first batter in the bottom of the 5th for the Mavericks. Roth at Doane University. Can play all around the diamond, but his main home is over at second base. He's at third tonight. That's with Vanesti in the DH role. Moist back on the mound, and that one is flinged aside. I didn't know there were some cows out that way, Wayne. You know anything about a farm in right foul territory?
I have no idea.
Maybe it was your stomach.
No, we just had a nice screen.
We did, yes. Thank you very much, Wayne, for that.
There was a big lineup at the Swirls truck, or the Swirls ice cream stand tonight. As we said, a beautiful day for baseball. Good crowd here tonight. I'm thinking 1,200.
And Roth down on strikes. Did you just walk in the line and say, "I'm color commentator Wayne Slosher and former catcher"? Right to the front, please.
No, actually, there was only about 3 or 4 people in front of me until I got in line, and then I looked behind me and there was about 40 people behind me.
Volcano won't bite on that. Yeah, sometimes you just time it right.
Yes, I was very fortunate. You know, this Moist has been doing a real good job. We got 6 runs on 5 hits, but he's all over the strike zone. I'm sure Regina have to be happy with their pitching tonight. I mean, they might be able to get through this game with only, or this 2-game set with only 3 pitchers.
And this game isn't out of reach yet as Volcano
No.
puts that one high off the netting. They got 2 innings to find a way to get 4 runs. Is there a late push here for the Red Sox that are in danger of losing 7 consecutive games? Volcano, a bullet up through center field as Johnny breaks his slump. And that's a powerful high five that he offers up to Chad Pig Martin over at first base. You could tell he needed to get the monkey off the back, and he does so there.
Well, they are going to make a change now, so I put the kiss of death on Jason Moist.
Jason
sorry.
Moist the game. Sorry, that was me. I eventually put you into that. But speaking of Moist, we talked about him as a new player on this Regina team, and the Mavericks having a couple of new players themselves. Let's look at them now. Deegan Sanders, the youngster from Oklahoma, goes to Mid-America Christian, where Ryan Reed, of course, coaches, and, of course, Ryan Harney plays. So another pitcher coming from those parts, and he had his debut in Moose Jaw. Maybe not the way he wanted it to go, but, he's still figuring out how to play in this landscape. It's going to take time. Jace Martin arrived like 2 days ago, and this graphic not fully updated as he is now on his way home. He was a new addition for 1 day's time, but that can happen in this league. And Tyler Cutler pitched last night, just 1 inning, but was pretty solid as he just gave up the 1 run in that time from Miles Community College, where he was a redshirt freshman this season. So those are a couple of the new additions, and we'll have a new addition on the mound for the Red Sox when we return. With a Volcano on, there's a Volcano at the plate, and that is Adam in to face a new pitcher for Regina. We'll see if we can get a number for you, and we believe it is James Adcox, who we talked about before out of Shreveport. And I just realized while saying that we still have an ad running in front, so apologies for that. Pitch going to miss there from Adcox. Adcock's not able to find the zone on 3 consecutive. He's got the highest ERA of anybody on the Red Sox at 27. He's been in 4 games this year, just started the one, pitched 4 total innings, 12 earned runs offered up on the season, 5 balls to 4 strikeouts. He hits with a strike there. So might suggest that control is a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, it's usually one of the indicators.
Adcock's on the way, and there is a walk, his 6th of the season, to Adam Volcano.
Vittorio Iacobucci is warming up in the Red Sox.
You just wanted to say that. Is he actually down there warming up?
Yes, he is. Number 25, Vittorio Iacobucci.
You've been working on that ever since he left this place. And isn't it Vittorio?
Vittorio.
Okay. Well, I'll roll with what you say.
Is it not?
You never know with how things are printed. We apologize in advance, and Adcox will have to send an apology Jamel Chabot's way as he gets doinged in the side.
That was a fastball, too. That hurts.
Loaded bases here for the Mavericks. Just the one out on the board. Blake Dale, anything into green grass, couple insurance runs here, and then you start focusing on the 6 outs at hand defensively.
That'll give Chabot a little bit of time to work out that bruise that he's going to wear.
And Wayne, I wanted to ask you, nobody warming up in the Mavericks bullpen still. Does that suggest that the next 6 outs are Gary Dornan's?
Well, they're going to let him start with the next 3 outs anyway, and then they'll judge it from there.
When do you think the timeline is for getting somebody warmed up? Is it, an inning before?
Well, it depends on how Gary does. I mean, if they get a couple of runners on and if we don't score any this inning, they don't want to wait. I mean, they're going to want to keep winning. And why not? This game is theirs to win right now. You only used 1 pitcher in the first game, so you got a well-rested bullpen. I shouldn't say well-rested, but because they have been playing game after game after game. I think this is their 5th game in 4 days. But you've got to make sure that an outing like Gary's doesn't go for naught.
Well, and we saw the flip side of that with Aiden Page last game for Regina. Yeah. Real good start. Now, obviously, when you're looking at him trying to match what Xander Roberts did, then it's a bit more respectable that he was there in the losing effort. But at the same time, most other days, that's one that you feel like you let slip away.
Yeah, he pitched a great game. I think we said he only gave up 4 hits, 3 runs on 4 hits over, I think he pitched 4 innings or 5 innings. He had a good outing. The walks got to Regina last inning. Last game, there were 6 walks in 6 innings. And it's been a little bit of a downfall so far in this inning.
And here's a guy who's feeling it right now. Yusei Uzawa gave him a detailed player profile prior in this game. Can Yusei throw in a base hit here and send a couple more over the finish line? He's trying to push his team all the way to that final finish line. And, of course, that would mean 4 consecutive for this ball club. But you don't want to jump too far ahead yet, as Uzawa won't jump at that pitch there. It's a ball. Uzawa bat to shoulder here. And, that one crossed him up a bit.
I think that might have been a foul ball.
Let's see what they rule it here. It's going to be interesting what Willie calls down below.
I didn't see it hit the bat, so I don't know whether Uzawa got out of the road or whether it just was dropped by Castellanos, the catcher.
And there's still no official call up on the scoreboard. We're waiting for Willie to point things out down below.
It is a strike. 2-1. Yep. It was a foul ball.
You say a deflection into the back netting. This could be a small crack in the Mavericks' armor here if they don't get one across. I know they got a 4-run lead, but you feel a little bit better if you're Regina.
Yeah.
And that's how the Mavericks did it before. Regina leaves the bases loaded. This one's going to get past. Run could come in to score. Johnny all the way there. He's safe at the plate.
Yeah, that was a good call by home plate umpire. Volcano just got in. I think Castellanos wasn't quite sure that it was going to be that close, and then at very last second, he hustled to get it to the pitcher.
Wayne, I don't do this often, but I got to ask, did you almost say Costanza there for a second?
Yeah, I just about did say Costanzas. George.
That's what I was thinking about. Ooh, Uzawa didn't know what to do there. And the bases are going to be loaded. Oh, my goodness. A mental mistake. I'm not sure what's being called here even.
Well, I think everybody thought it was a ball, but Uzawa stood and watched, and then I don't think he knew whether it was a called strike. So he took off down to first base, hustled to get down there. I don't know whether that was a strikeout or that was a walk.
He might be the only one in the park that knows which was called. Outside from Willie Glasgow at home plate, Freeman's going to chop this one aside. Still 2 outs here, and the bases back loaded. Mavericks now have a 7-2 lead. You don't want to say that any game is over, but if Freeman hits a deep one out here, not even a home run, but just anything fair and deep, could be the game as he swings and misses. Adcock's looking to put the Mavs' winning hopes on pause. Catcher will reach out across and nab that one. Castellanos has been in there for a lot of pitches in this game.
Yeah, I think the strike-to-ball ratio isn't very good for Adcox. He's thrown a lot of balls this inning.
And that one means that this is a full count. See what Freeman does here, if he waits or if he has a chance to hack. Here comes the pitch. Freeman, a swing and a miss, and a big one from Adcox. And that will keep this at a 5-run ball game. The Mavs leave the bases loaded, just get one in this inning. They've gotten one or more in every single inning in this game except for one. So their scoring ways have continued well, and we'll see if that continues on into the last 2 innings of play here. The Red Sox need runs, and they need them badly, as they could fall to 7, or they could drop their last 7 games if they lose this one. Matthew Fox just waiting for the sideshow to get out of the way here, as there's lots of shenanigans going on to our left-hand side. I'm sure you can see some of the cleanup happening at the very end. Fox is going to club this one down the left field line, and this definitely will be two as he's around first, and he's safely into second. Good leadoff hit by Fox, and that's big. You keep the Mavs at bay. The bases are loaded. You don't let anything come in, and then you start it off with a leadoff double from arguably your best player.
Yeah, he's been the best player in these two games. A very mature player. He doesn't panic when he's at the plate, doesn't panic when he's on the left side of the infield.
And willing to do everything. He's an everyday player because he can play anywhere, any day. And a strike there to Bye. He did not like that. He did his signature turn away. We got to come up with a name for that. The move that Bye does there towards the very end.
Well, it looks like a little pirouette.
Dornan, quick look towards Fox at second base. And is there any reason to doing that, or is it kind of like the Soto shuffle? It's just a routine thing.
Yeah, players just have different mannerisms when they take a pitch or when they think a pitch shouldn't be where it is.
It's kind of like the Volcano head nod.
Yeah.
Wayne didn't buy 50-50s tonight.
No, nobody came up here tonight, and I actually forgot about it too. But
hey, it's probably a good thing. This was the night you were going to win, maybe.
Yeah, that's right.
Check back in on the game, and Dornan on the mound. 6th inning of work. This is the longest he's gone this season. And still nobody warming up behind him. Imagine if JT and crew could only use 2 pitchers during a doubleheader. That's a gift. Dornan looking for his first out here in the 6th. And this one is hammered. Freeman's going to let it bounce. Didn't have the speed or maybe timing to get there, and probably the right play to let it hop.
Yeah, that ball was hit hard, and you take the chance of diving, but, you keep the ball in front of you. You got a chance for a double play.
And that's some maturity within this season, too, because we saw Freeman dive for a ball earlier this season. A couple of runs, I think, came in to score off that play. And that time he's like, let's, limit it. And we're already in the lead. No need to make the hero play.
Yeah, there's a time for that dive play, that do-or-die play, but this isn't the time.
Here's James Wright with 2 on and nobody out. Dornan checks back over at first base. Dornan another check. There's some hopping going on over there at third as well, as Fox is keeping a close eye on what is about to happen. If a ball gets by, Fox is coming in to score, so he's got to be ready.
And even if it gets bobbled off to the side, it doesn't have to go far away if he's coming down the line, which he should be.
This one's hit hard. Roth's going to go to second. They're going to get 1, and they're going to get 2. So a double play for a run. A fair trade-off, I think, for both teams as Regina makes this a 4-run ball game, and the Mavs get 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning.
Yeah, that was a much better trade-off for the Mavs than it was Red Sox. You had something going with runners on first and third, nobody out. And, we talked about it just briefly about Freeman not diving for that play to keep the double play in effect. And a great job by Roth just cleanly fielding it, and a good feed to Dale over at second.
Dornan will now search for one more out as he pins a strike to the zone there. Jordan Tucker in at the plate. Tucker, a product of Rogers State. He's one of the few Rogers State guys not to leave. Of course, Blake Johnson and Colton Anderson both were on their way out. Throw over to first, and they're going to get him in time. Good challenge, though, there from Tucker, who came hustling down the line, but did not have enough steam to chug in there. Gary Dornan, he's been chugging along in this game as he gives up one there, but he's only given up 3 all the way around, and he's 3 outs away from another victory, his 4th of the season. So I just want to make an apology. We do have, and I should have said this off the top of our show today, we have no communities and universities tonight because of the 7th inning game. You know, that one always comes in the 7th, and, you know, with the limited space that we have within this game, we're not able to present that to you. And a couple of our other segments that I know you enjoy will also not be a part of this. We'll be back to normal for our final 2 games of the season, I promise you. But I did want to talk a little bit about some players around the league who are very worthy of winning championships but have not yet. And because of the Okotoks reign that has taken place over the last couple of years, we've seen some of the big names around the league not get opportunities to hoist the WCBL trophy. And Tyler Vanesti has made a finals but has not gotten over the top with the Mavericks. He was 1 game away in 2023, and he looks to get back there this year, but he is without a ring. Austin Gurney, the same. Last year made it to the finals with his Miller Express friends, and they got walked off by Connor Croson and the Okotoks Dogs. Josh Tucker, 2-time All-Star and former Pitcher of the Year in Sylvan Lake. The Gulls have been stung in consecutive years by the Okotoks Dogs, their arch rival, and Tucker hopes for his crew that they finally not only fly past the Dogs, but fly past some of their other opponents. Timo Aracena, a 2-time All-Star, maybe the most underrated player in the league, and he hopes that the Cactus Rats get into the playoff look so that he has a chance to play at the highest level. And of course, Carter Beck and Ethan Murray, 2 players for the Saskatoon Berries, who are also very hungry, and with their team doing as well as they have, you know, the Berries are in a good spot too. Murdoch, obviously a former All-Star, was really good with the 57s in his time there, and Beck swept the awards last year. It felt like the only thing he didn't get was the MVP, and he's also made 2 All-Star games now. So lots of big names who do not have any jewelry, but their time may be coming as the playoffs roll around. Gingerly walking around there is Aaron Volcano. That's not what you want to see.
No, he took that off the foot, and he's very gingerly walking. He'll need an ice pack after the game, if not right now.
And Pig's going to come in and check on him. And JT's going to come out as well. And he's pointing to the spot, and knowing that his last name's Volcano, he's going to want to stay in this game. But, you know, you have a 4-run lead here. You're 3 outs away. There's no reason to overdo it here. And Volcano's going to choose to stay in here. He's going to get in one swing. But you can still tell that he's in some discomfort.
Yeah, the fans are giving him a round of applause, and he's as tough as nails.
Yeah, I'm not sure we'll see him rounding with some of the force that he usually does, but good to see him stay in this game. And another one comes near him, and knowing Volcano, he won't be happy that that was even close. Adcock's on the mound. Some control problems here. There's a swing and a miss, and a furious swing too. That had some zip to it. And strike 3 looking. Volcano's down. And if he wasn't mad already from hitting himself in the foot, he's not going to be happy with a call that I think he believed wasn't there.
Yeah. You know, it might be just as well he goes to the dugout and not take another one off the foot, or not run and end up spraining your ankle because you're gingerly running.
Yeah, it might be a blessing in disguise. 1 out for Tyler Vanesti, who has a home run in this game. TV gets hit with a strike, and his head tilts backwards in disagreement. Waiting behind him is Carter Roth. Venesti. Chopper over towards the second baseman, and it's underhanded by Baker to first. 2 quick outs here for the Red Sox. So we'll look ahead for the Mavs beyond playing Regina tonight. Let's see who else they're going to have in their head beams here, as the Swift Current 57s will be the opponent for the next 4 games. No, not 4 consecutive days, but they will see them here tomorrow. They will see them on Monday at Athletic Park for the last home game if you're able to make it out. I would advise you do so for the last regular season home game. And then they go to Swift. They'll play a game there as Roth grounds this one to third. That should be out number 3, and it is. And then they will see Swift Current on next Thursday, the 31st, as well on the road. 2 against Weyburn, 2 against the Berries, and then it's playoff time. The Mavs are in it, and we hope that you will stick around not only for the end of this game, but of course for all the playoff action that is soon to come. The Mavericks right back where they were just a few hours ago. They were 3 outs away and 1 inning away from yet another victory, looking for their 4th straight. And the Regina Red Sox, there's a chance after tonight that they could fall to 7 behind the Mavericks. And I don't know why that's been so hard for me to say. I'm getting it twisted with 7 behind the Mavericks and 7 straight losses. There. Just get it out of your mouth, Truman. As Barrientos, a couple pitches out of the hand here. It's 1-1. Castellanos at the dish. And Regina, do they have one last gasp here? Barrientos paints that one.
Well, in Regina, if Moose Jaw wins tonight, they're only going to be 2 games up on Moose Jaw for 3rd place. And nobody wants to play Saskatoon in the first round.
I don't think anybody wants to play Saskatoon in any round right now. They haven't lost any players. They added a pitcher out of Coastal Carolina. If you're not sure why that's relevant, they made the College World Series this year, so they have some great players on that squad. Barrientos 2-2. That one got away from him. Here comes the pitch, and it's going to roll all the way down to first base. Volcano will take it. He uses a stiff arm to push the pitcher away, and that'll be out number 1. Magic number 2 for the Mavs. This will be their last night wearing those baby sprays jerseys as well, but they played pretty good in them. I think they were just checking the ball there over at first. I guess we'll get back to that in a second, but I think they'll want to keep wearing these. They've won a lot while donning them. But Wayne, what do you think was going on over at first base there with Volcano having a conversation with the umpire?
Well, that was a good curveball, and Castellanos hit it right off the end of the bat. And sometimes the end of the bat will cut the ball. So it went to Volcano at first, and then they threw it around. And crew chief just wanted to check the ball to make sure there wasn't a cut on it. Because if the baseball is cut, it can make a huge difference to the pitcher in the movement of the ball.
Count 1-2. Batter at the plate is Sam Baker. He's had a lot of action over at second base tonight. And a swing and a miss there from Baker. The tag from Chabot seals it. And the Mavs 1 out away from sealing another victory. Boy, they've loved playing at home all season long. There was a little bit of a falter in the middle of it, but they've regained that confidence. And taking a look at Gary Dornan tonight, a great performance. Not the 10 that Xander Roberts had, but 7 of his own. I mean, 17 strikeouts between your last 2 starters. That is a dream scenario. And Barrientos looking to cap off a dream day for the Mavericks. An underhander over to first, and that is back-to-back as the Mavs claim the whole doubleheader and have claimed all of their last 4 games. Boy, this is a team that is rolling as they head into the postseason here in just a week's time, Wayne. No better time to peak.
Yeah, full marks to the Mavs in both games. And, you know, I think we're very honest. And when we say sometimes we get beat and we give full marks to the other team, tonight, full marks to the Mavs on both games. Xander Roberts in the first game was outstanding. Gary Dornan in this game was outstanding as well. I mean, he did give up the 8 hits, but he limited the damage. Regina had that big opportunity in the second inning when they had bases loaded, nobody out. And, you know, he only gave up the 1 run that inning. Then there was a solo home run and then another run that scored later on. So he was in complete control as well. And Regina, they're floundering right now. They've got to find a way of getting their mojo back. And right now they don't seem to have any mojo. And, you know, outside of Matthew Fox and Brady Bai had a great game here. He was 3 for 3 with the solo home run. Outside of those 2 guys, there's not a lot happening offensively.
Yeah, it's kind of a sad situation and a sad, repetitive, drawn-on plot that Regina fans have experienced throughout years now. And Ryan Reed told me a funny story. He was in Regina, and a lady, I think it was maybe at the laundromat, asked him, hey, like, why is Regina so good in the regular season, but come playoff time, we never win? And it's because their players take off and they end up leaving, and that is the same thing that's happened this year. And you got to feel bad for those fans that watch the same thing happen over and over again. You watch sports for new and exciting things, and unfortunately not going the Red Sox way in recent history.
Yeah, they, you know, at the beginning of the year, they were very competitive, and, you know, we were battling with them all the way for second place, and right now they're 7 games behind us, and I think another 2 wins or losses, and the Mavs will clinch second place. And they're in trouble of, you know, losing out on third place. And, you know, if this season was to extend much longer, Weyburn would have a chance of catching them.
Yeah, Weyburn has, you know, made a better push recently. Obviously, we'll stay focused on this game and what the Mavericks were able to accomplish as a whole today. The pitching was excellent, and with good pitching comes good results, and they saw that on the scoreboard, and their bats followed. It wasn't one of those 10-15 run days where your offense is just stoked to be out there and they do everything right like we've seen in the last 2 from Moose Jaw. It was a different approach. Play in a tight game for the start and slowly pull your way ahead and do so while you know, having things just be simple.
Well, this is how the games are supposed to be played. They're pitching games. There's some runs scored. Only 1 error in the 2 games in the 14 innings. The 1 error, like the pitching was great. The hitters clutched up at the right time, and the defense was good. As I said, 1 error between 2 teams in 14 innings.
Wayne, I want to ask you one more question before we send it off. Maybe it's a little too soon to start thinking about the postseason, but the Mavericks have clinched. In a postseason series, what do you think this Mavericks team has to offer, whether that's Moose Jaw or Regina? What do you think is the one thing that, makes them a bit of a favorite against either of those two, so to say?
Well, I think they can win in many different ways. They can club you to death like they did with Moose Jaw the last couple of days, or they can have a pitching performance like Xander Roberts and Gary Dornan tonight, where their pitching is really good, their defense is really good, and they're able to score just enough runs to win. So they can kind of play all types of baseball games and win. Conversely, we've seen them play all types of games and lose, but I think that they've got something going good here right now.
Yeah, we often talk about 5-tool players. How about a 5-tool team? That's what the Mavericks have been lately. There's just about 5 games to go in this season, 2 from Athletic Park, and we will see you right back here tomorrow when they meet the Swift Current 57s, and they'll be here on Monday as well, not the last team to come through in the regular season. Well, this one has come to a close, and of course, we can't wait to see what the next one brings. For Wayne Slosher and myself, Truman Bartman, take care.